Is it working? Ah, good. It says I'm live. Hello, everybody. How's it going? I was on a little bit of a roll with the streaming. I was doing every day or every other day or so. Oh, and now it's been a week. I'm sorry. It's amazing how easy it is to just let that much time slip by. I'm a bit tired today. I went to see a friend who moved to Berlin many years ago. Is in the city, so I saw them last night. I went to a pub where my friend was DJing some disco music, and I caught up with my old friend, which was great. Except when I came to come home, I don't know, 11ish from the other side of town, none of the trains were running. I think there'd been an accident on the track or something, and all the buses seemed to be a bit not there. So I ended up doing lots of buses and a bit of running at a point, so I'm tired. I got back home pretty late. Going to be writing an assembler and VM translator in Gleam. Wow, that sounds really cool. I'd love to hear more about that. So yeah, I'm powered by not enough sleep and coffee today. So if I'm a bit tired and jittery, you know why. So there's nothing in particular I want to make today. However, I was wondering, how would it work if I did some code reviews on stream? I'll go through some issues, because most of my work these days is going through issues and questions and code reviews and stuff. And it's clearly very valuable, but it can be a bit of a slog to focus on it for for such a long amount of time. Oh, thank you, Tim Clicks. Really appreciate the support, and thank you, Signer. Am I pronouncing that right? Thank you so much for the sub. Yeah, thanks, guys. What a nice way to start the day. That's already made me feel a bit more energetic. So yeah, I do loads of Sinner. Ah, I see it. Sinner, that makes more sense. Yeah, so it's very easy to get distracted and flick over to Discord or chat or end up reading some documentation for some quasi unrelated thing. But I wonder if I do it on stream. Well, I can't do those things because it'd be extremely boring if people were just watching me read some documentation. If I get through it faster, that could be fun. And it could also be a fun way to talk about. It could be fun to do because I can talk about why I like some of the things that we're getting, which is awesome, or ways that we can improve some of the things that are being contributed, or for things that are to do with the compiler, see things that are coming in the future of Gleam. That's cool. That should be exciting, right? Because people are always asking, oh, when is can the language server do this? Is the language server going to get that? What's happening next in the language? Well, you can see it happening. And yeah, maybe we could showcase some projects as well. Weird spelling hack. Get the same name on every platform. Yeah, that's good. I just have... my handle is LPIL. Which I think was me trying to be kind of Unixy and have a short username, which is weird, but still ends up being taken. It's not available here on Twitch. It's not available on Twitter. I would rather use my username than my full name. Have you heard of the 9 hours of Tej reading NeoVim docs? Yeah, but I think he can do anything and it'd be entertaining. He's an actual entertainer. I'm not sure I've got 9 hours of Gleam docs to read. I think you'd run out much quicker than that. Although I think I should probably do that. I need to watch. I think he also did a stream or a video of making a NeoVim config from scratch, and I wanna watch that. I've been using NeoVim since before version, as soon as they announced it, I started using it. And I took a little break to use VS Code when I was on Windows for a while, but now I'm back on NeoVim. And I'm using a starter now, which is great, but I don't actually know how to use the thing. And it's such a powerful tool. I'd love to have I'd like to have approaching some of the level of capability it's got. Neovim configuration is a rabbit hole, isn't it? Yeah. So I've completely just ignored it and just used one of these nice starter kit things. But I would really like to be able to do some basic, not plugins. That probably sounds a bit too grand. But I'd just like to write a few bits of automation for things that I do a lot. I think it'd be a really good habit to spend like, oh, let's spend 20 minutes making this. How likely is it to see a Gleam compile target adding Wasm? So I really would like to explore Wasm. I think of all of the possible future targets, that's one of the most likely ones, I think. Because it enables loads of things. There's so many things that we could do with Wasm. Super, super powerful. But the focus for the core team is going to be tooling and language server and stuff for web for the foreseeable future, because that's more valuable. That's going to impact everybody. That's going to make it really good. Having said that, there is a community member who has been doing it's private because it's part of her university degree, but she's been working on a Wasm backend for the existing compiler. Which is exciting. So she's got to finish her degree, and then she will release it, and then we can see what that looks like. And it will, I think it'll either be just a really cool project to play around with, or it might be something that we could either use as reference or actually integrate into the compiler, maybe in future. But I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe so. I saw your wish for a HTML snippet in your last stream. If you use Emmet, it's HTML:5. I'm not sure if I use Emmet. How would I know if I use Emmet? Let's go over to an editor. Put them all. So if I do like HTML5, is this it? Oh, there's one that is just HTML. So maybe I'm not using Emmet. Can I do like Emmet? No. Emmet. I don't know how I tell if I'm using Emmet or not. I'm going to guess not. Here's a great article on Wasm. Something to do with tree shaking. I don't know what that means. Should we find out? Despite all the hype, WebAssembly has had limited success. What? Really? It's everywhere. Do we really think that it's not successful? So many things are powered by Wasm these days. It's super, it's great, it's everywhere. I think it's a success because it's not doing this like big, crazy hype thing where everything's being jammed into it like, I don't know. The meme reference here is to be like, oh, the JavaScript framework thing. I feel like WebAssembly is just quietly getting stuff done in all sorts of interesting places. That's really cool. Like Shopify functions, for example, that's Wasm. That's really boring. You know, like that's the mark of success. It being used for things that seem boring. Failures. I mean, I don't know. It seems very strong. I don't know what. If it being used for lots of real things is not a success, what is success in that case? Is the idea that it? I don't know. I'm not sure what their measure of success is. What is this article about? It's about why are we talking about Wasm and tree shaking? I don't understand. I mean, I think that is just such an uninteresting property of Wasm, personally. I don't care. I'm not excited about Wasm because it runs in the browser. I like Wasm because it's a portable, fast binary format that gives you sandboxing and has loads of runtimes, and is a widely accepted standard. Yeah, it's just great. It's really nice. The fact it can run in a browser, I don't care, to be honest. Like, we've got good ways of running code in the browser. Hello, first time here. Can't seem to find anything like an FAQ or your bio. I was curious about programming and was curious about your programming and general computing background. Where does Gleam fit in your coding pursuits? Is this on Twitch? Am I supposed to have a bio or a free? I must admit I'm pretty new to Twitch. I've joined here because people told me to stream, so I started doing that on YouTube, and everyone told me I did it wrong. I was meant to use Twitch, so now I've got Twitch. But there's all sorts of things that I'm definitely missing. Like I'm not knowing much about all the affiliate stuff is quite new to me. I've got some subs and I've got some bits, which sounds lovely, but I'm not entirely sure what it means. But it is very possible that there's a bio that I meant to have filled in. So about me, I'm Louis. I wrote Gleam. I'm the Gleam person. I designed and created Gleam. And so where does it fit into my coding pursuits? So it's pretty much all of them. Pretty much everything I do now is Gleam, or I do a little bit of IT work for some non-profits, or some community projects. Like there's a few sort of like green energy campaigning groups and things that I do a little bit of boring IT stuff for. But in terms of like real coding, it's all Gleam. Oh yeah, Gleam's the best. If you're using NeoVim, I think you're more likely using a snippet engine than Emmet. Yes, I'm definitely using a snippet engine. I've actually been thinking about turning off the snippet engine because I want to lean on the language server pretty much entirely. Because I want to force my coding experience to be so heavily reliant on the Gleam language server that I have to, I know what it's like to be a user of it, like a proper full-on 100% user, because I can't rely on it's good if you use the language server and also snippets. Well, most people are not going to have my snippets, or it's really good it's really good if you use it with Copilot. Well, most people aren't going to have Copilot, but we know they're going to have the language server. So I really want to make sure the language server is really cool. Does that answer your question? Verity? Verite? I'm not very good at reading names yet. I get nervous. I'm very dependent on language server and snippets, which has held me back from using Gleam in more serious situations thus far. I think it's a skill issue, to be honest. I mean, auto-completion will help a lot. When we've got full fault-tolerant auto-completion, that's going to be great, which is not too far away, I think. We're pretty close. We're pretty close to having that. Oh, and hello in YouTube chat. Hello, welcome. How's it going? It's going well. Although I was saying I'm a bit sleepy today because I went to see a friend on the other side of town. A night my friend was DJing disco music out, which was really fun. But then there was an accident on the underground, so the central line was all blocked up, and the buses weren't running properly. I think to deal with the fact that the tube wasn't running properly, and I ended up having to get loads of buses. And I ran the length of Oxford Street because I was like, I just want to get home. I want to get home sooner. So if I run it, it will be better. But then I'm just tired because I got to bed at like 3. It took me forever I didn't have the 3 to get home, but at the time I'd got home, I was so sort of dazed I couldn't fall asleep straight away. Anyway, I would love to help out the language server. Need to dig into how it all works and learn it, so I could help perhaps. Yes, totally. I'd love to have you contribute. These aren't my favourites. How do we make those go away? How do you unfavorite things? These are definitely not my favorites. No, not a clue. Okay. Go away. And but yeah, totally. I would love to have more contributors on the language server and the compiler. There's Jack and gosh, I always think of them with Ace Pipe. I'm not sure what their actual name is. That's very embarrassing, isn't it? Amin. That's a great picture. Or Armin? If you're in the chat, let me know which one of those is correct. Yeah, they've both been doing like absolutely fantastic contributions. So making up for the fact that I've had less time for it. Um, so in Safari, I can go to View, Show Favorites bar. View, Show Favorites bar. Oh no, there we go. Now I can. Yeah, go away. Imagine Yahoo and Bing and Facebook being your favorites. That's just embarrassing. And if you want to help out with the compiler and you're not sure how to do something, just let me know. I'm super happy to give people pointers and tips and all that sort of jazz. How do I hide it again? Hide favorites bar. Aha! You don't use Yahoo Answers. I would if it still existed. Doesn't it? Hasn't it gone away now? Yahoo Answers. Is it still a thing? No, see, it's gone. How am I going to know if I'm pregnant or not if I don't have Yahoo Answers? This is a very silly question. Where do I go looking for the language server in the repo? That's not a silly question at all. If you're confused, that's not what I want. That's the wrong language. There we go. So there's only one program in here, but it is split into chunks. So compiler core is basically everything. Compiler CLI and compiler Wasm just like inject IO into it because the compiler can run on the command line or it can run in Wasm. Ace Spy, you're here. How do you pronounce your name? I wasn't sure. So the language server is in compiler core, source, and then there's a directory called language server, and it has all this stuff. So you can see the main entry point is, where is it? This is the wrong place. There's a language server file, here it is, which just exports a few things. So here we go. It exports the language server class, but if you actually want to see how everything fits together, you go to language server, ta-da, and then it does a bunch of stuff. Yeah, this class mostly deals with converting messages from the format the protocol uses to the internal format we use for our engine. And then it keeps a collection of engines and it dispatches messages to which engine depending on what project it's for, because it can support multiple projects at once. So all the actual logic stuff generally lives inside here, inside this engine class. And it all has things like do these things. Oh no, this will just exposes methods. I don't know, I'm not going to go through it on air. It's Rust. It's too complicated. Yeah, dig through. It's relatively straightforward to follow, I think. It's not too complicated. Armin or Omin? Which one of those sounds more right? I don't expect people to pronounce it right. I don't expect people to pronounce my name right. My name's Louis. But your name seems to be more... the spelling makes more sense than my name. I find the French spelling of my name a bit confusing, to be honest. And I don't blame anyone for getting it wrong. So I got all these notifications that I struggle to keep up with. I've got 50 of them. Oh, I'm highlighting something you can't see. Oh, that's the wrong way. So I'd really like to get through some of these fellas. Who is Joe then? As in here, when it says, hello, Joe. Is that the Joe we're talking about? When did you see the word Joe? Ooh, did you drop my coffee? It's that Joe. It's Joe Armstrong who invented Erlang. Fantastic guy, lovely man. He's sadly not with us anymore. But I met him I only very briefly spoke to him at Code Mesh, and I regret not talking to him more now. I should have just you know, took more advantage of that. Codebeam was no Code Mesh. If I said Codebeam, I meant Code Mesh. So, what have we got here? Oh wow, this is the opposite of what I thought. Did you meet the Sonic Pi creator? Yes, we've been friends for a good long time actually. He keeps inviting me to hang out at his house, and I keep just not doing it. Before I was very into the language, the whole language making thing. I was very into creative coding, like arts programming, and I used to. And before I was really into programming, I was a music tech person. So one of the first Rust programs I made was this one, Sonic Pi Tool, which was the in my opinion, best command line for working with Sonic Pi. So if you want to do Sonic Pi from Emacs or Vim, you'd probably use my my program here. It doesn't work with the latest version of Sonic Pi though, I believe, because he's improved the security. Oh gosh, excuse me. He's improved the security in a bunch of ways, and I haven't been using Sonic Pi lately, so I haven't updated it. Hi Louis, how to learn Rust fast to be able to contribute to the language server development. Okay, the official book on the website's pretty good for Rust. Rust book, where is it? It's quite long, so like I don't know. You could just like skim through it perhaps. And then just have a go. Like the Gleam compiler tries to be really simple. We try not to use any particularly fancy. We try to avoid anything fancy in Rust. I'm trying to keep it as really. I was gonna say dumb, but that sounds like a mean word. We try and keep it as simple, simplistic. Maybe simplistic's a better word. Try and keep it as like simplistic and clear as possible. So you shouldn't need as much Rust to contribute to Gleam as you might in some other projects. I hope it's mostly just like pattern matching of values. And then if you get stuck with a borrow checker, like Rust's complicated memory system, you could open a pull request with your work in progress, and I can try and help you out with that. I found it pretty interesting that in SuperCollider, one can use different languages, including pretty much unknown ones, but highly educational, like scheme list. Yeah, so SuperCollider is really SuperCollider being, gosh, am I going to explain what SuperCollider is? Okay, SuperCollider is awesome. SuperCollider is a modular synthesis environment, but it's a headless one. Oh, they've got a new website. That's exciting. It's a really powerful headless modular synthesis engine, and rather than like most so modular synthesizer. Most synthesizers, modular synthesizers look like this. They're big old physical machines of wires and knobs and buttons, right? Really cool. But if you say most of the time these days, people use plugins that look like this. You know, it's a bunch of fake knobs and things on a screen that you move with your mouse. That's all. Arguably more powerful than the the old ones, and they cost like I don't know $40, not $4,000. But SuperCollider is I don't know why I googled it because it's text. It's headless, and so if you install SuperCollider, it has a language which is sort of object-oriented scripted language. It has a bunch of really interesting novel features. It's kind of like I don't know, it reminds me of Ruby in some ways. It's an odd language. But when you evaluate the code, the interpreter compiles it to a bunch of messages that get sent to the SuperCollider synthesis engine, and then like programs music basically, or noises. Oh, can you, can you hear this if I do this? Wait, it's muted, hold on. So that code makes that drum beat there, which is pretty cool, I think. But because there's this split between like the actual server engine and the language interpreter, you can replace the language interpreter with different front ends. And like so, Sonic Pi, wonderful project, is a new front end for SuperCollider that is all about making it easy to write songs rather than to make well, no examples here. Oh, okay. Oh, examples. There we go. Rather than yeah, make it easy to make songs rather than giving you really low building blocks to make synthesizers. So it's a really wonderful project. How cool is that? Oh, so we can all be DJs with very small amounts of code. But this is Sam's second SuperCollider language. He worked on Overtone, the Clojure one, before that. And he does everything. Sam's an amazing guy. Also, in a language called processing, one can use other languages that are simplified. For instance, a Java simplified language. Processing is also for printing something really fast in the media design art field. Yeah, processing is really fun. I think largely people use P5.js, which is their JavaScript rewrite these days, just so you can like make it easier to install and share, because it's mostly used by students. Oh, look at this whole thing. Tron bikes, Warp Rhythm, IDM Breaker. Here we go. This is going to be my sort of thing, I think. Yeah. Yeah, amazing. I used to play with this stuff for hours and hours and hours. But we're not here to do that today, in part because I'm not very talented. We're gonna look at some changing Gleam stuff. Ooh, how exciting! Small typo. That sounds like my kind of needs a comma between functions and types. Like functions. Oh yeah, okay. Let's fix that then. So that is in type imports. Do. Boom. Coding, easy. That's me done for the day. You can go to lunch now. Oh, and it's closed itself. Nice. Nice. Oh, I should have said thank you. Thank you. Bump rust trills. Okay. I always feel a bit weird about these Dependabot things because you end up with like the #1 contributor to a project being a bot. And I'm like, oh, really? I much prefer it when humans do contributions, you know? I know it doesn't mean anything, but I don't know, it's just less fun. I really like it when people look at, if I squash it, does it go to me? Interesting. If you look at, yeah, maybe it's a vanity thing, but I like looking at this thing. There we go. And just like seeing all the contributors. And it's just lovely seeing like, hey, look, a bunch of people. Like, what's been going on this year? Oh, look at these wonderful people. Aren't they great? And if it's just like, oh, a bot, it's just a bit unsatisfying, I think. That's a good question, actually. Does that show up as me? That last commit? No, it's the robot. Boo, boring. Yeah, why not, eh? I think I'm saying thank you to a bot here. Am I? Yes. Well, it's good to be polite to the robots. They're going to take over soon anyway. Dependabot. Yes, our number one maintainer of the Gleam project is actually Dependabot. They're very proactive. They reply to feedback extremely quickly. They'll definitely remember. Oh yeah. If you had to rewrite Gleam from scratch without referring to the existing codebase, how long would it take you in Rust and Gleam? I think it'd probably be, well, what am I making? Am I just making the compiler? Do I need to get the error messages the same? Am I trying to make the language server? I'm not allowed to use a reference. Do I get the tests? How do I know if how would I know if I've got the same behavior? Oh. Excuse me. Whoa. I don't know. A couple years, maybe. If I can work on it full time. There's a lot of stuff. I don't know. I mean, I probably wouldn't manage it, would I? Imagine how demoralizing it would be, having to start again from scratch. When would this happen? Is this some sort of apocalyptic situation? All computers have been lost. We must rebuild from scratch, and I've decided that I'm going to rebuild Gleam. That's what we need. Good. This isn't for me, but I'm going to have a look. This is any repo that I'm not a maintainer of. I'm just watching. Lovely. Looks good. Post World War III, only Gleam can save us. Oh, I'm like semi-transparent. Look at that. I'm actually a ghost. Did you know that Gleam is maintained by a ghost? Ooh. What are the use cases of Gleam? Well, it's a general purpose programming language, so anything really. You know, it's particularly good for web network stuff like web applications and websites and HTTP services and databases, event brokers, message queues, anything really. Just write some code in it. You know, use it instead of Python or Java or anything really. Or Racket, yeah. I think Gleam is similar to Racket, easy to learn but effective. I really respect Racket, but I've never properly tried to use it. I would like to. Hey Daniel, welcome over in YouTube chat. We're streaming to YouTube and Twitch at the same time because I'm fancy. Can it interact with HTML, CSS, or JavaScript? Yes, it can do all of those things. Gleam can compile to Erlang and run on the Erlang virtual machine, which is really powerful. But you can also compile it to JavaScript. So you could do. How many ways could you interact with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript? You could have a server that runs an Erlang Gleam application that serves static HTML pages and static CSS and JavaScript, or generate those dynamically. That could be one way of doing it. Or you could compile your Gleam to JavaScript and run it inside a browser, and then you can interact with the DOM directly. And you could use a project like Lustre. Lustre's lovely. Lustre, which is sort of like an Elm, Svelte, Reacty type thing, and you can use it to do, you could use it in place of JavaScript there in that case. Or you could use more low-level sort of DOM APIs if you want to make bindings to those. You can call any JavaScript you want. I moved to France and I got peer pressured to pronounce YouTube the non-British way. What's the non-British way? Well, I can't think of what that would be. Racket is not used as Racket is not as used as Common Lisp. I think Gleam is faster though. I've not written Common Lisp either. I should do. The Lisps I've used are Clojure is the one I've used the most, and then I've used a bit of LFE, a bit of Scheme, but I can't remember which dialect of Scheme, and I did a bit of Emacs Lisp, and I was really confused by the scoping rules, and I sort of backed out of that one fairly quickly. YouTube. Okay, I say tube, don't I? Tube. Oh yeah, because I say the tube. Like, I'm gonna get on the tube and go home. Shoebum, hello, welcome. Welcome. We're doing admin. Ooh, very exciting. Everyone laughs when I say tube. I think the French just laugh at people who speak English. I think there's no avoiding it. I think the I think the tube thing is just an excuse. It's not bad admin. I have loads of GitHub notifications all the time, so I'm just slowly going through those. I thought maybe it'd be faster if I was doing it off stream because there's no like Discord and things to distract me. However, streaming's quite distracting. So this would be a breaking change. And now that we are V1, we don't have breaking changes. Thank you. But always nice to say thank you. Always nice to say thank you. I stopped being a maintainer because of just that. Well, I'm a professional maintainer. My job is maintaining open source, which I love. I've been an open source person and an open source maintainer longer than I've been a programmer. I've been open source since the very beginning. In fact, open source is why I learned to program. So I'm a big fan. Gleam build doesn't have permission to link priv on Windows. Yes. Sorry. This is very frustrating. What would be the best thing to do here? Perhaps we can try and link first, but if the linking fails, then we can, excuse me, so scanning the priv directory and copying all the files across. It'll be a lot slower, but should always work. Oh, excuse me, I've still got a little bit of a cold, folks. I'm much better than last week, but... So I think this would be a great thing for someone to work on. And I'm going to put priority high, because this is actually... There you go. It is actually breaking things for Windows users at the moment, which sucks. You know, I care about Windows. Excuse me, I'm just going to run an ad break, and I'm going to blow my nose. How do I do that? I'm going to press this button, and then I don't know what... Oh, did it do anything? Is it doing the thing? How do I know if it's doing the advert or not? Maybe I'll press it again. Ah, now it's working. Okay. Back in a tick, folks. Whew. It's like I know what I'm doing. Fantastic. Oh, this is the wrong screen. It's like I don't know what I'm doing. Here we go. I'm back. I didn't get an ad because I'm in India. Lol. Interesting. What do you see if you don't see an ad? Is there just nothing? I've worked in open source for 3.5 years and I have mixed feelings. My career has been 4.5 years. I've been doing open source for how old am I? I've been doing open source for 14 or 15 years now. So it's a good thing I like it. I think open source is completely broken. I've met very few people who get paid to do open source, and I think that sucks. I think it's such a shame because the whole ecosystem is built on top of the hard work of these people. They should get paid. And I don't just mean this from, I do largely mean this because I want people to be looked after. But I also just mean it because it's better for everybody else. It's better for the companies who use open source if the tools that they're using are maintained. And part of that is that, allowing people to have the money to be able to actually work on it, so they don't have to slot it around their life. Oh, Solistro, thank you so much for subscribing. Much appreciated. Mixed feelings are, it's mostly overwhelming. I can't do feature tracking effectively, and I feel I failed on these people because their feature requests are valid. That's true, but I think it's really important to clearly define the scope of whatever your project. Just because a feature is a good idea doesn't necessarily mean it's something that you can do. It's good to understand, what's possible. You doing a smaller set of things well is better than you struggling to do a larger set of things. So managing scope's really important. And if people want things, they should really contribute to it in some fashion. If people want things from Gleam, sponsor me. Subscribe on Twitch, or become a member on YouTube, or join my GitHub sponsors, or join LiberaPay. Wow, there's a lot of ways you can give me money now, or just run up to me in the street in London and throw £20 notes at me. And because loads of people do that, not the last one, no one has ever thrown money at me, though they should, I can afford to do this full time. And that means I can actually offer all the things that people want, which is fantastic. I'm in Paddington on Tuesday. Will do if I see you around. Wow, what are you doing in Paddington? That's my area. That's very close to where I live. The last Gleam meetup was in Paddington. We went to Heist Bank, which is a really nice pizza bar / restaurant / pub thing. Restaurant? It's like a restaurant. No, it's like a pub / it's like a fancy pub / bar place. It's really nice. I like Paddington. The area, not the bear. I have no particular opinions on the bear. Add pre-built binary for Android. Do we have an issue for this for FreeBSD? FreeBSD. No, I thought we did. Hello. Is this something we could do today on GitHub Actions? I don't know anything about compiling for Android, I'm afraid. Not as spoons then. I'm not a fan of spoons because yeah, it would be nice to have. I don't think I'm going to be able to provide this for them myself, but it's a valid requirement, so it'd be great to have it. I don't like Wetherspoons, the pub chain, because during the pandemic they fired all their workers, and I think that's I don't have much sympathy for multi-millionaires who fire a bunch of minimum wage workers during a international crisis. They can get stuffed, frankly. So I don't go there anymore. Same for Brewdog, who've recently Brewdog, another pub chain. It's like Wetherspoons, but with nicer lighting and more expensive drinks. And they don't sell soft drinks, which is rubbish, and the food's worse. Anyway, they've always boasted about how they give a living wage, which is an amount of money. We've got a minimum wage, and they've got an amount of money that say you need this to actually be able to survive, which is, I think, kind of weird that those are not the same. Surely the minimum should be what you need to survive. But anyway, they used to always boast that they do the living wage and not the minimum wage. And then last year, they cut it. So they went from living wage to minimum wage, which I think is Not only are you being rubbish, you're being hypocritical. Boo. Boo, boo, Brewdog. Very disappointing. Hello, welcome. Welcome, Powgun. Good to see you. Boycott. So yeah, I just go to other pubs. There's no shortage of pubs in London. And often you find more interesting pubs if you don't go to chain pubs. Or not like the two biggest chain pubs in the country. It's crazy to call a bank Heist Bank. Yeah. Haley said it used to be a bank. It doesn't look like one to me, but I'm probably wrong. I don't know why you'd call it Heist Bank if it wasn't once a bank. If you're in London, you got loads of better options. Up north, we don't have as many, unfortunately. Everywhere I've been up north, I've found nice pubs. My mother's side are from Manchester. I suppose Manchester's very big as well, isn't it? Which bit of up north are we talking about here? Add diagnostic for unnecessary function capture. I can try and work on this. Fantastic. Give it a little heart. Jack, as always, volunteering to do everything. What a great guy. Oh, there's a vulnerability. Is this still... Oh, no open. So I guess we fixed that with the other one. With that Dependabot pull request. I'm around Hartlepool, and I suppose Newcastle's a bunch of places, to be fair. An old friend who I've worked with many times called Johnny Arnold. Great guy. He's from Hartlepool. I don't know. I'm trying to judge the city's pubs purely by one man who I know, and I get the feeling from Johnny that there are good pubs in Hartlepool. I'm sure there's some good old pubs. I'm sure. Disallow non-literal division and non-literal modulo. I don't understand this. Why would you want that? Why would what problem does this solve? The Charles Boycott story is some funny lore. Charles Boycott, as in the man named Boycott, who was the absentee landlord agent in Ireland, and he was the first person. He got boycotted so hard they named the term boycott after him. Is that the guy? Charles Boycott. Yeah, there we go. A land agent whose ostracism by his local community in Ireland gave the English term boycott. Yeah, again, I've been reading a lot of Irish history since I got my Irish citizenship, and yeah, him and his lot did not seem like good people. Oh, it's a cute house. That's very nice. Look at that. Wow. Well, that is a serious moustache. I've trimmed mine. I feel it's somewhat inadequate next to him. And I could never manage a beard this good either, so... Oh, look, I'm definitely doing my work. I'm definitely not getting distracted. So this is a fantastic idea that Anois had, which is to render documentation into our generated Erlang using the new Docker attributes. I love this, and I think it means that the Erlang compiler would then like surface the documentation in the documentation chunks, which means that then inside the Erlang shell and the Elixir shell, you could then like ask and get the Gleam docs from Elixir functions. Oh, what a great idea! Really, 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 really nice. What a really good idea. Just visited my grandparents on the Irish side of the family last week, and I got a long-winded but wholesome story from my grandfather about our family's migration to Australia from the Aran Islands. It was interesting. That does sound really interesting. I would like to know more about my grandfather's leaving of Ireland. He lived around here. I've moved the bit of London I've moved to. He used to live here, which I didn't realise until after I moved here. I've no idea where he lived exactly, but he was definitely in the area. I think if I go to enough pubs, I'll have been at least one place where he went. Twitch chat, the new discard distraction. Hell yeah. How terrible, I've got all this good company. Awful. Isn't it infuriating having all these lovely people? Get rid of that. Discord. Got you. Let's have a look at this fella, shall we? What has actually changed here? I would prefer if people did not run formatters in the same pull request that they add features, because it just makes it hard to understand what's changed. Has anything changed here? It's all just formatting, right? What can anyone see what I'm missing here? What has changed? Oh, here we go. Code mirror. There we go. This package has changed. Marvelous. Do I need to publish this or something? I'm not sure how it works, because this is a project owned by Exorcism. I'll let this chap seems to be pushing something forward, so I'll let him. Chap, I've made an assumption. Aaron Demeter. That's a cool name. But I'll let them take the lead on that one. I only know Gaydon from working a few times at Jaguar. Other than that, I have no working or rotation in England. Jaguar, the car manufacturer? What is your opinion of Gleam being used with WordPress and Shopify? That's cool. I didn't know anyone was using it with those things. Pretty awesome. Ah. So this library is a printer. No, sorry, a parser for Gleam code. So Gleam in Gleam. That's quite fun, I think. Very nice. Nice. Let's tick these so we can follow them easier. That's what of a module alias discarded name. A bit cryptic, but good enough, I'm sure. Formatting, it's an assigned name now. Nice. Formatting, nice. Sick. Brilliant. Thank you so much. I love it when people just do work for me and I can go, nice, nice. Come on, tests, do your thing. Perfect. I should push this, really, shouldn't I? Let's see how easy it is to publish a package. So that was Glance, right? Was it? Added support for module discard name. What was the... So they bumped it to 9, but that hasn't been released yet, I believe. I think they just updated that for me. Let's check. Glance. Latest version. Oh, 9 has been out. I'm confused. Did I think I may have forgotten to push that. Is that true? Have I made a mistake? I might have, oh gosh, look, I've got a commit locally that I've not pushed. But I do have the tag for it. That seems odd, doesn't it? Oh look, it's just not here. Okay. Okay. Well, good thing that wasn't anything particularly exciting, eh? So now this should have the 9. Oh gosh, that's not where it's meant. Oh, I've messed it up. Disaster. Seeing your GitHub notifications, making it realize how easy I have it with my own open source stuff. I'm working hard to keep it down. Trust me, it gets much worse. It gets much worse. I spend a lot of time on notifications alone. I'm just going for the easy ones now. Some of them are really big and take a lot of time to read, which is a bit... It's great because it means they're doing loads of work, but it requires a bunch of thought. So I've slightly messed up the commit history here. That's a bit annoying. Oh well. Ho hum. So let's... So... And it's the 20th today. Ooh, it's the 20th today. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Who's phoning me though? Oh gosh, how am I going to do this? Because my webcam is being used to stream. All right, I'm going to be back in a second, folks. Sorry about this. It was a spam caller. How rubbish. It was one of those bots. I shouldn't have answered it. Now they know. Now they know I'm here. Boo. Boo. Right, let's try and fix this. So, it's the 20th today. This is a breaking change as the import data structure has been changed to hold this information. Oops, I don't know what I just did there. Mm, 0.10.0. Gleam publish. All right, so how do we publish? We just say Gleam publish. And it's like, you're not doing Semver right. And I'm like, sorry. I should release a version 1 of this, to be honest. And then it's like, do you want to publish all of these? Yeah, I do want to. My username is that, and I'm gonna switch terminal because I don't want you folks to see. I mean, it doesn't print your password when you put it in, but like, let's make extra sure because it would be blimming upsetting if I mess that up. And let's copy. Nice. And now, here you go. It tells me I should push these tags. So I'm going to push that, push the commit, and then I'm going to tag it and push the tags. So this should have a version 10 here, which it does. And let's make a new release for it. I never answer a call unless I'm expecting one, or I have them in my contacts already. Yeah, I just sort of always hope that there's going to be something useful out of it, but no, I guess not. My friends just sent me a message saying, do you want your brain chemistry permanently changed? I presume I'm going to get a hot meme not I don't know, some sort of sci-fi style injection or something. Ooh. It's probably some news so upsetting that it changes you a bit. Please provide us with your Google Play card. Okay. Do you need the numbers on the back of the card as well? Coding these days. ChatGPT. You are a friendly and helpful Git expert. How to rewrite the history of a repository. List only commands and examples. That's the sort of thing it'd be quite good for, right? I use it sometimes for like asking about tax law. It makes me feel like I know roughly what's going on when I talk to my accountant. It's a bit upsetting otherwise. So, onwards. I feel my eye twitching every time people talk about AI around me. Yeah, it's a bit. I find the excitement a bit much. It's clearly useful technology. It's much better than everyone's banging on about. What was it called? Blockchain, and what was the other one? NFTs. Those were both absolutely useless. I mean, Merkle trees very useful. Blockchains specifically, I haven't seen any use for them yet. 10 years of that nonsense and we got nowhere. Oh, I'm getting more messages. I'm very popular today. My watch is asking me if I want to do a workout. Is it trying to say something? Would you go on the stream with Prime? How do you pronounce his whole name, by the way? I just keep calling him Prime. I'm never sure it's like Prime again? Primogen? I don't know. Maybe. I watched some of... He said I could come on, and I watched some of the things we had other people on. They were doing sales pitches. I don't have a sales pitch in me, I don't think. I'm just some little British guy. I just make code. But you've just put the letter J in it. But is that Jen or Jen or Jen? I've been pronouncing J as J lately, which I'm really enjoying. I'm a DJ. Primogen. Gin. It's interesting because we're all using like G's and J's and things, and these are things that in traditional English you pronounce differently. So I'm sort of like, I'm not sure which one you're using. Primogen. Primogen. Gosh, I'm getting so many messages. Maybe I should find out what Robin wants, eh? I've got my handy iPad. Oh no, it is going to be some upsetting memes. Oh, also, I'm actually going to show off my t-shirt in a second. I'm wearing my best t-shirt. Check this out. Isn't this great? Oh no, my microphone's in the way. Look at that. This is the best t-shirt I own. I bought this from the merch store of the... I've just knocked my desk. I bought this from the merch store of the Gloucester Cricket Club. I wonder how many of these they're selling to programmers, and they're just like, why does everyone love our Gloucester Cricket Club t-shirt? We're so popular. People are buying it in America as well. What's going on? Shout out to Gloucester. All the Americans in the chat being thoroughly confused by the spelling of Gloucester. He does like OCaml, but he does not do functional programming because it is hard to understand. Yeah, maybe. I personally think that functional programming is a subset of object-oriented programming, so I don't really... I feel like if you know object-oriented programming, you know functional programming. And that's what I find appealing about functional programming, is that it's so comparatively simple. You don't have to go, oh, should I use a function now? Should I use a method? Or should I use like a static method on a class? Or should I use like a method on a class? Or should you just have a class that's just this method and it has a constructor and thing? Or do I like wrap the constructor in a static method that then like calls the constructor, then calls the method? Just make a function. Just make a function. Functions are cool. You don't need more than that. Oh yeah, I was meant to be looking through these issues, wasn't I? Bumper thing. That looks easy. Yeah. Yeah, I presume so. I trust it. Thank you, robots. This repo isn't actually used for anything yet. It's unfinished. And I suspect I'm never gonna find time to do this one unless I get funding to work on it. Some say only Scala can have success because it has both. I mean, loads of languages have both. Like Java, I think JavaScript is probably the most popular language, which it leans very heavily into functional and object orientation. But everything's multidiscipline now. Like Python has loads of functional stuff in it. Modern Java, Kotlin, Swift, Rust. Rust has got loads. Ruby does a lot of that stuff too. You know, everything's got loads of functional. You know, people are like, when is functional programming going to be mainstream? I think it's been mainstream for ages. I think we're long past that point. And I personally think that's not true. Okay, I think a strength of Gleam is that it's not multi-paradigm in this way. You know, anytime you've got multiple paradigms, you got to pick which paradigm to use. Gleam doesn't do that. You've got one way. Do it my way. I've run out of coffee. Disaster. There. There's a lot of grit in the bottom of that. I do feel a bunch more energized now. I've been here for a little while. Oh, Snow the Parrot, thank you so much for subscribing. I've got 9 out of 10 subs. Amazing. I'm so close to my goal of 10, which is just the goal they told me to have. Oh dear. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's lovely how supportive people are on Twitch. Everyone's very nice. I don't think I've got any YouTube members yet, which is a bit of a shame. Who wants to be the first one? I was trying to find a way to support you, and I figured this would be a good way. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's a really cool way to support me. I mean, literally anything to support the Gleam project is fantastic. Like, you know, keep up sponsors or Twitch or anything. Oh, a hype train has just stopped. No, a hype train is incoming. Oh, hey, Madveru, there we go. We got 10 subs. Brilliant. Oh, we did it. I've got to set a new goal now, eh? How do I do that? Thank you so much. Awesome. By the way, there's a functional language similar to SonicPy. It's called Faust. Yes, it's a super cool language. Functional language designed for DSP. I used to work at a company called Roly. We made a similar language called... Gosh, God, it was such a long time ago. What was it called? No, I don't remember. I always wanted to ask my boss, like, hey, what? They're like, this has never been done before. We've made this unique DSP language. I always want to be like, what about like Faust? Faust, is that? Like, what about Faust? That's been around for ages. Like, what are we doing that they're not doing? It's never been done before. It's like, it's right here. Look, it has users. It's been around for ages. Marvelous. Superglider is awesome as well. Superglider is different. So Superglider has a synthesis server, and that's always running. Faust compiles to native code or whatever that just does whatever your DSP is. So it's a different way of approaching a similar problem. They're both awesome. They're both really cool. There's loads of good languages in this DSP space. I'm about to beat my last record. Oh, how exciting. What does that mean? Level 2 hypertrain? How? Oh. Oh my gosh. Roasted. Roasted B, thank you so much. We're on 11 subs. Oh, wow, 11 out of 10. So I need to do what do I need to do? I need to increase the number. How do I do that? Let me quickly tab over to the other thing. How does anybody know how Twitch works? Because I don't. Settings? Do you think it's settings? No. How do you change your goal? Does anyone know how to change your goal? I'm very open to people telling me how to do it. I don't know what I'm doing. Content? No. Analytics? No. Community? No. Oh, I'm lost. Folks, what do I do? Viewer rewards? No, that's not it. Wait, that sounds cool though, viewer rewards. I'm going to have to work out what that is. No, not a clue. Not a clue, folks. If anyone knows how to do it. Wait. Manage poll? What else is in here? I'm sure this is very exciting, watching me go through a menu that you can't see because I put it off screen because I don't want people to like... Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Holy balls! Solid true. Wow! Thank you so much for... What is that? 10 subs. Oh my gosh. This is getting out of control, folks. What's going on? Manage goal. Okay, so I found a button for it. And now I can do this. Oh, I don't know what the... Oh, it's all getting very confusing. Manage poll, manage goals. I want my subscription to be... Oh, I can't change it. How do you change it? Am I not supposed to? Oh dear. There's like bouncing effects and confetti and all sorts of exciting things. This is brilliant. Thank you so much. I love Twitch. You guys are just the best. You folks are awesome. So like I found the place where you change it. I'm sorry I can't show you it, folks. It's on the wrong screen. I don't know how to oh, start new goal. There we go. So goal amount, based on your channel size, we recommend 10. You know what? I'm just going to leave it because I don't know how it works. There we go. I'll leave that for now. Let's get back to work, I suppose. Thank you so much, folks, for open source. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you so much. You could do some music with Gleam to raise money. I was interested in trying to work out how to... I was interested in, like, would it be worth trying to play music on... Make it to go to Twitch but not go to the VODs? Because if it goes to the VODs or goes to YouTube, I'll get in trouble. But I think you can just stream music and that's fine. I think. I think Twitch now automatically updates your sub goal after your stream ends if you reach it. Fantastic. Let's test that and hope that it works, because I don't know how this works. So I can edit my quick actions and get rid of my managing goals. Marvelous. Marvelous. I've got a button that says start a prediction. I don't know what that means. I've got a poll as well. Ooh. My taste in music's abysmal anyway, so I'm not sure you'll like it. Lots of 90s dance music. So, format.blocks. Let's look at this one. That sounds that sounds uncontroversial. It's an OS again. He's like a good, reliable community member. He's always here. Fantastic guy. Yes. Nice. Nice. Yeah. Look at it. He does great stuff. He does things that are you know, just like really like little small reliable improvements. What a guy. I did deliberately put that on a new line, that one. I will that so that's in list. I'll undo that. Love your eye for detail. Oh, Ian M. Jones. I thought that at first I thought your name was I am Jones. I was like, wow, I like that. Like a very concrete statement. No, Ian M. Jones, thank you so much. Thank you for the sub. With Prime. Oh yes. So if you're a Prime person, you get a free sub, don't you? Ooh. I don't use Prime anymore. I always feel a bit bad because I used to be able to at least give people free subs. Just one though. And I want to put that list formatting back. So let's go to the list, and it was a deprecated message. There we go. That's just me being picky about how it renders text. Has anyone developed a game engine in Gleam, and would you try it? There's not a game engine, but there's like an art graphicsy type of thing. Oh my gosh, I received the level 3 hype train emote. What does that mean? What was I just going to show? I was going to show something. Oh, I remember what I was going to show. Oh no, that's just a big picture of my face. I can show you that, but I'm not 100% sure that's what you're after. So there is a what's it called? P5. P5JS Gleam. This is a cool project. It's bindings P5JS. We talked about processing earlier. And you can use it to is there any pictures? Oh, no pictures. You can use it to like render graphics. And you can make animations, or you can you take user input. So you can make like simple games. It's not a game engine, so like it doesn't give you things like collision, but you could implement some basic games with it. That'd be really fun. And they runs inside the browser, so easy to share. I used to love this sort of P5JS stuff. Really, really, really fun. Choo choo. No problem. Thanks for merging my pull request for the Elm cheat sheets on the website yesterday. No, thank you so much for contributing that. The cheat sheets are something I would love to put a load of work into. I would like to formalize their structure a bit and make them more consistent and make sure they're all up to date across all the languages. But I just never find the time. So I really appreciate people working on those things. Choo choo. Oh, look. I can say it. Oh, brilliant. RPG I presume that's a reference to something. I'm not sure what it's a reference to. It'd be good publicity to show some games made in Gleam. Yeah, I'd love to have a place to showcase Gleam projects. I think that would be really fun. Super, super, super fun. I mean, there are lots of cool things being made in Gleam, but there's no good place to have them all together and show them off. Oh, maybe one cool thing is Gleam Weekly. This is really nice. It's a newsletter, goes up once a week, and it just sends you here's a few cool things that are going on in the community. I'm going to guess what the archive to. No, I know they've got the old ones on here somewhere, but Peter, if you're watching, it would be cool to have a list of the old emails here. Somewhere, or show me the old ones, so I can go back and read them. I keep forgetting to submit a pull request for it, but I wrote in pagination for the Gleam packages the other day. Is that a wanted feature? That sounds cool. I mean, it loads pretty quickly at the moment. At what point do we decide that it needs pagination? I mean, there's quite a lot of them, I guess. It still renders fine. How long does it take? Oh, I'm in the way. I'm in the way again. Ooh. Look, it takes this long. Oh, wrong finger. There you go. This is really silly. I mean, for me, it takes a quarter of a second. I don't know. I feel like pagination isn't super useful in that case, but it's a pretty light. I mean, and how much data did that transfer as well? It's less than 200k, so it's not even like one image worth of stuff. So I'm not sure we need pagination yet. Let's check out some other one. Elm packages. How do you clear this? Press that button. Elm packages. So they've been around much longer than us. Oh wow, they transferred. Wait, I don't know what these icons mean. How come the amount transferred is lower than whatever this amount is? Oh, disable caches. Let's try that again. So this one is like twice as big. It loads in like almost twice as much time. And they've got thousands. You know, it's still working for them, I think. So I think we can probably put off pagination for a while, you know. Just avoid that complexity until it's needed. Having said that, I think pagination would be a really good example thing. Like, it'd be lovely. People want to see pagination, how it works. That'd be really cool to have. A bit late, but the Gleam Weekly archive is at /issue/number. Oh, thank you so much, Smile. Thank you. Weekly. And then if we go to issues and then lucky number 4. Yeah, there we go. So here's some, you know, you can just see some stuff that's going on. And apparently one OCaml thing. I'm not sure why this is here. I guess he must have spoken about it. Spoken about a bit of Gleam, eh? Typo. Gosh, I shouldn't be. I'm being slightly mean to Peter, but I think Gleam Weekly is fantastic. I wanted us to in the core team to run something like this, but I didn't. I never got around to it. Yeah, really nice. It does feel a bit overwhelming though. Yeah, I suppose just don't scroll down. Don't scroll down and you won't see any packages. Easy. What does ChatGPT spit out if you ask it? Can you make a game in the Gleam language? I find that all these LLM things are not very good at writing code. In fact, I find they're all pretty terrible at writing code, to be honest. I did a little. Someone on Twitter was like, "Look, I've asked it to generate a login, a Node.js logging flow for me," and it was like It was like if I was teaching a course to a bunch of students and I needed to give them like a dangerously bad app, and I was like, find all the security problems with this app. It would have been what I wrote, like a mix of like really obvious, massive errors and then loads of like subtle hidden ones. It was dreadful, and the person who was sharing this was like, "It's so good. I didn't need to make this myself." And then all the comments were really positive, and I was just really going, "Please do not put this into production. Please do not put this into production. This is not good. Not good at all. Do not outsource your authentication to an LLM." It sounds a bit silly saying it out loud, but apparently we need to. Yeah, it did all the good things. Like it didn't sign the cookies, so you could just edit the cookie, and it would just log you in as somebody else. And the password was plain text, and it was compared in a an insecure way, like what do you call it? A non-constant time comparison. It's not good. It's not good. Not good. Ah, yeah, good point. They did implement impersonation very well. Maybe it would be fun to have a website where the author is deliberately bad and there's no registration process. Like you're just meant to hack your way into having a user account. Let's look at another thing. Allow comments inside tuples, constant lists, and empty tuples. Nice. And we're erroring because of a depth thing. Okay, and this was yesterday. Does that mean if I go to the Gleam compiler and run cargo, so we've got a little tool that just checks the dependencies to make sure everything's in good shape. Come on. It's taking a long time. Wow, this normally takes no time. This is very suspicious. This normally is instant. Advisory was not encountered. Okay. Let's get rid of that then. That's good news. That's an advisory we said, oh, let's just ignore that one. So let's run that again. Nice. Let's push that. So I think that this failure here will be that security vulnerability that Dependabot fixed for us slightly earlier. Yep, there we go. It's talking about Rust TLS. That's the same thing. So we could safely ignore that. The build passed as far as we're concerned. So let's see what Jack's been up to. This is a change to the formatter. He's put a bunch of extra lines in these. I don't really know why he's done that, to be honest, but oh well. Jack's great. Jack's really great. Comments are no longer moved out of constant lists, tuples, and empty. Constant tuples and empty tuples. You can now write this. Yay! Good stuff. Thank you, Jack. I'm going to pour myself some water, actually. I'm getting quite thirsty from all the talking. It's hard work streaming, folks. It's difficult. This is what a real job looks like. Oh. Don't get me wrong. I've been doing open source work for a lot of years. I've done a lot of hours outside of my paid job, and now I get paid for it, which is awesome. So it's been a real grind to get here, but it's definitely a blessed life now that I'm here. It's really nice being able to control your own hours, work from home, although working from home gets a bit isolating. Part of why streaming's really nice, because I get to talk to people. Water with a very small amount of coffee still in the glass. Nice. It's like a homeopathic coffee. Nice. So what is he doing here? He's taking. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that when we pretty print this expression, we don't accidentally move the comments out. So before we print any constant value, we pull from the comment queue, because they get passed into a separate place, the comments that are before the beginning of the expression. So for example, if we're doing this 1, we'll get this comment here. And then comments. And then we use the commented function to render the comments on. Nice. And if we're doing a list, what's going on here? Why is this? This looks different now. Why does it look different? Okay. I guess he's just changed how it's written enough for it to not realize it's the same thing. I don't know. Anyway, look at how good Jack's code is. Look at these beautiful comments. These are so nice. Like, explain what the intent is for each of these bits of code. Like, great. I want every pull request to have this level of detail. Jack is such a guy. We want to make sure the comments are on a separate line from the opening, closing parenthesis. So we force breaks to be split on new lines. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Okay, so in those comments, we want to force the list to not render in a line. We want to render it on multiple lines. Okay. 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 Okay, so we need a special case for when it's empty. Makes sense to me. I'm on the wrong side of the screen for review, aren't I? I'm on the after side rather than the before side. And then we've got some lovely tests. That looks good. That looks good. That looks good. That looks good. Lovely. Wonderful work as per usual. Thank you again. It's a very, very light coffee. It is the lightest available coffee. Not decaf though. Still caffeinated. Right. Let's merge that in. Very good. What's the next thing we want to do? Maybe we should try and get some older things through. Document how to get the standard lib. So what's this? If you try and import an Elixir function in a project that has no Elixir deps and you haven't included any Elixir modules in it, the build tool won't know to link the Elixir standard library, which isn't a hex package, it is special provided externally code, which is a bit annoying. Yeah, okay. So and so if it hasn't been linked, then when your FFI runs, it says this function doesn't exist, even though it's meant to be, for example, in the Elixir standard library. So that sounds like a good idea. Oops, I'm typing in the wrong place. Thank you. I'm not totally sure where we would document this. Need to give it a think. I mean, it could just be that if we see like you import a module that starts with Elixir, we automatically import Elixir modules, or maybe we can give it a flag. Maybe some flag in Gleam.toml to force using Elixir. That sounds sensible. I think that sounds like a good idea. Marvelous. What should we do next? What do we go here? Fixed deviations from branding. That I'll be honest with you. I keep putting off looking at the branding ones because I struggle. I'm a programmer. I like nice looking things, but like I'm really bad at making decisions about visual design because it's so far outside of my. It's really not a strength of mine, so I struggle with it. Maybe let's have a look here. See what we got. Oh, it's for the shadow. Oh, I see. I don't know. So I've stared at this picture before, and I was like looking at, is it this that's different? No, they're the same. It's the shadow. So I didn't see that. Should the shadow be slightly different? I don't know really. The new one looks better to my eye. Yeah, the tricky thing is that, so this is looking at this page. So it's this shadow. But we also need to keep in mind this page, which has this has a shadow here as well. Is that the same? Is this the same background color? I think it is. I'm not sure what this color is. The branding's got a bit too. Each of the sites have slightly different colors and things, and it's really annoying. I really would like to have. I'm very protective of it, so I want. Oh, sorry. So I want to hold it close to me, but at the same time, I'm not talented enough to actually do this job. So I really want to have some amazing designer that I trust, and I can just get them to fix it all for me. I'm not sure really. It's a bit beyond my ability. We do have a branding section. We do try and have some. We do state some colors and things, but it's all. Yeah, it's all a bit basic and not. To be honest, I'm finding it hard to know what's best here. I'm not sure what to suggest. Like who can make these decisions? I'm not sure. Doesn't look the same, but maybe the background makes it look different. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It's yeah. I don't know. It's hard. Visual design is my forte. I'm just going to say that, and hopefully someone's going to step forward and fix my problems for me. Yeah, we've got we do have a branding section. It's very basic. I would like to see more info in it. There was an Also, I want this star rotated by 10 degrees anti-clockwise. Someone knows how to do that. I just have a thing saying you're supposed to rotate it. I was like, well, that's not very helpful, is it? So people just end up using the picture not rotated. It is an SVG. It is an SVG. It's meant to be rotated like this one is, but in the other direction. So it looks like that. It's rotated at the moment with CSS. I can rotate it in Figma and PR if you want. Hey, that'd be amazing if you could. What made pick that as a Gleam icon? It was a community project. We sorted all ideas and designs together, and then a bunch of people put forward things, and one designer put forward this design, and it was really popular, and we've gone with it. Is the Gleam theme by Tragic on VS Code official? No, that is a community. That's a community project. You do not want anything official that's visually designed by me. I love it. Yeah, me too. The branding's amazing. So the whole thing was kicked off by a guy called Griffix, who is the bomb. I love Griffix. Amazing guy. I do some like non-profit work with him sometimes around the climate crisis. Then the website. Oh, there's the homepage. Gosh, I'm pressing the wrong button. Come on, there we go. This was designed by Kayla, who's awesome. She does really lovely work. And then the new Lucy. This is Lucy. Was designed by a mysterious person who changes their username every time I talk to them. So I'm not sure what to call them, but when I first spoke to them, they were suppy luppy. They wanted to contribute, but be sort of like, you know, remain a mystery, and so they're a mystery. Have you used Ruby, and what do you think is the future of Ruby? I have. I've used Ruby a lot. I've done a lot of Ruby professionally. I don't know what the future of Ruby is. I've not been very involved in a good number of years now. Last time I checked on that, I've not really been keeping up to date. Last time I checked, they were implementing a JIT, which looked pretty cool. Why a pink star? Why not a pink star? Pink's a color that isn't used very much. It's cool. You see a blue, you're like, what is it? Is it Python? Is it TypeScript? Is it this? Is it that? You see pink, you know it's Gleam. Or C++ on GitHub, weirdly, but I'm assuming C++ is still pink. But yeah, we're the only one of that pink, and I think it reflects how like friendly and light-hearted and playful we as a community are. I love the vibe. Yeah, it's all about vibes. Programming is not about technical stuff. Don't let anyone trick you with design patterns and things. Programming is about vibes. It's all about vibes. 100%. Yellow. What about yellow? Is it? How does it get installed? Okay, so there it gets checked. I can't see where. So what's changed? We've got rid of. We're not using this cargo v1 thing anymore. Sorry, I'm being a bit slow to understand. Don't we need to remove all the instances of this plugin action? There still are some. Also, don't we need to install Rust to make sure it's the most... Oh, I'm in the way. Sorry, folks. Most recent version. Thank you. 100% all about the vibe. If you don't get a good vibe from a language and its community, you'll struggle to stick with it and enjoy learning it. Hell yeah! Because, you know, we're not just... Learning a tool's all very well and good, but you've got to interact with the people and the ecosystem surrounding that tool, right? So you want to have a good feeling about all of it. You know, that's part of the reason why I don't write Scala anymore. I quite like Scala, but I just didn't enjoy a lot of the culture surrounding it. And there's a lot of like quite controversial people, which I found it made me uncomfortable a lot. You know, so there's some people being really quite unpleasant on the internet, and they were like prominently in this community. So I'm like, oh, I don't really want to, I don't want to be associated with people who are saying really quite unpleasant things. I find Ruby pretty easy to learn. Yeah, so I think Ruby's got this really nice initial onboarding, but I think once you start making real production systems in Ruby, the complexity spikes really very dramatically, because you start to hit all these things that these problems Ruby has at not even like big scale, just at like small business production sizes. Like you hit performance issues very quickly, especially if you're using Rails. So you need to think about caching a lot, and you need to think about having more complicated infrastructure. You think about, I probably need to use Redis here. How do I deploy Redis? You need to think about async work brokers. You need to think about background jobs. You need to think about all these things, which are really complicated. While in other languages like JavaScript, for example, like if you're using Deno or Node.js, or better, Erlang or Elixir or Gleam, you don't need to do any of that. So your code, a lot of that complexity you push off until you're quite a large company with very high traffic. And if you're just a small company, you never need to do that stuff. And that's really nice. Ruby forces a lot of architectural complexity, and infrastructure complexity, and just performance tuning very quickly in my experience as a person who did Ruby for a lot of years, and that's a real shame because I think it really hinders a language that is really good in a lot of ways. It just sucks that you hit that wall. What are the biggest needs for contribution in Gleam right now? I want to help, but I'm overwhelmed about where to start. Thank you so much, Music. That's really cool. I think like there's loads and loads of places you can contribute. Like high value things are the thing that core team is focusing on is the language server. But really, anything's good. The thing that would be best for you to contribute to will be the thing that you enjoy and you find fun and interesting. So, if you want to make some libraries because, you built you find making the libraries fun, or you're really interested in, I don't know, say you're making a, I don't know. What might you use? Let's say you really like YAML for some reason. I don't know why you'd like that, but let's say you really like YAML and you want to make a YAML parser. That would be cool, but not because that we've got any particularly burning desire for a YAML parser, but just because like at some point somebody will need one, and you're building a thing and you're making something that's useful in future, and also we've got more activity, more things happening, more hype building, keep the momentum going. That's really good. Or you could just make an application and you can share your application and people go, wow, look at this thing that's made in Gleam, that's really cool. And people can use your work as inspiration for their work, or they can study it and learn from it. Or you can write articles, write blog posts about Gleam, or make videos, or contribute to the compiler, do bug fixes, or help me with the graphic design of the website. Or there's like so many things that we can do, and it doesn't matter which one you do. It's just we just want it to be something that you enjoy, and because if you enjoy it, you're going to do more of it and you're going to stick around. So just do things. Scratch your own itch. I think that's really important. You should only do things you don't like if you're being paid, and even then, you should ideally be paid and do things you don't like. So like it's got to be something you think's fun. It's really sad to see unkind, uncouth programming communities online. Yeah. And I'm really hoping Gleam we've made it clear that's not what we ain't doing that here. We're nice. We are nice. Even if we have to be mean to people who are not nice to keep it nice, if you know what I mean. Gotta scare off people who are not nice, I think. It's very important. Because otherwise they'll be not nice in our little circle. Oh, it's Jack. Hello. Welcome, Jack. How's it going? We just reviewed one of your pull requests. What language do you think a beginner should get into for web development or in general? Says Randolph Richards in YouTube. Great question. I think it does somewhat depend upon what your goals are. I think JavaScript is a really solid choice for most uses because it's ubiquitous. There's loads of resources for it. There's loads of good tools for it, and you can do anything with it. It's a nice little language, I think. So I think JavaScript is a good solid choice, and there's loads of work. If you want to become a professional software developer, it's a great choice. So I really recommend JavaScript as a first language. I think Gleam's really cool as well. Try Gleam. So Gleam has a problem in that there's not much tutorials and guides and things on Gleam. So if you're learning if you're a beginner to programming, it may be harder. JavaScript, interesting, has like the opposite problem in that there's so much content. It's hard to find the good content. There can be a lot of signal to noise. But yeah, I just it doesn't really matter so much which one you pick, to be honest. It just kind of matters that you pick one, and then stick with it until you can make some things. And you can learn a new language later. It's easy to learn languages. Is JavaScript easy to read? Yeah, I think so. I think it's a pretty straightforward language. PHP is another good choice. PHP is good. Python's probably a good choice. Honestly, anything. You could pick anything and it will be fine. I like JavaScript because you can. It's everywhere. It's really easy to get started with. You can already start typing your code into a web browser because they all know how to run JavaScript. You don't even have to install anything, so that's nice to get started. But yeah, lots and lots and lots and lots of good options. Just pick anything at all. If you've got a friend who knows a certain language and they're willing to help you out, learn the language your friend knows. It doesn't really matter. I heard you were self-taught, no computer science degree. Yes, that's correct. I dropped out of a biological sciences degree, so no programming in my formal education at all. When I was at school, we didn't. I'm too old to have been taught programming in school. They added it to schools in England after I left school. You can pick Clojure. You can pick anything you want. Any language is cool. Pick something more mainstream, probably. Clojure's fine. Clojure's mainstream enough, probably. I feel quite disheartened about programming in general a little while ago because I lost a lot of connection I had in it and was finding a lot of weird conspiracy-minded people in every community I would spot. And finding Gleam and the trans rights and human rights really made me happy. Even as a cis dude, it was nice to see that the community be built. Yeah, I think it's good to like call out looking out for the little guy, because I think that should send a message to everybody, being like, oh cool, we're going to be nice here. That's important. Make a stand. It's just a bit miserable otherwise, isn't it? I started learning Gleam 1 month ago, and I think I'm more confident with Gleam than I am with JavaScript, which I've been learning for ages. Amazing. Thank you so much. That's really nice to hear. I'm a big fan of books for learning programming, because they're not clickbaity. They're generally pretty all-encompassing. They cover the whole thing of the topic. They haven't got bored halfway through and not finished it because it's been published. So it's going to be all there. So books are a really underrated way of learning, I think. Oh, I should click on one of these. I've had the screen open for ages and I've not clicked on anything. Which one should we look at? Maybe one of some of these older ones. Code snippets, design tweaks. This has got like, I see, it's the shadow change. And this is the one we talked about. And I said we need to talk about making this standard across the repos. We haven't decided that, so I'm gonna leave this one. Eloquent JavaScript for the win. If we're talking books, I think I have a copy of that. I think it might be a digital copy. I've not read it though. I think I've got the book that I kind of first started to properly learn with somewhere. Aha. So my first language was C. Oh wow, this is super dusty, this book. But the first book that I got actually started to click for me was this one. When I started to write, I was writing code, but it was rubbish. And I started to understand after reading this. Can I get it in frame? That one. So I was briefly a Python programmer. And about 2 years ago, I was doing a Python job as well. I'm not a huge fan of it really. So when was this? Spring 2013. So like 11 years ago. Okay. That's when I started to become a not terrible programmer. Oh, well, I'm still pretty bad. I don't remember any of this, to be honest. Oh, Halloween Boys says, Eloquent JavaScript is free online. Amazing. Oh, wow. Okay. So let's, oh, this looks good. Okay. So shout out to, Rondolph Richards in YouTube. Can I tag you? Here's the book. Yeah, check that out. It looks, I mean, look at that beautiful cover. Lovely yellow color. Oh, it's in lots of languages as well. Nice, 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 nice. Well, if it's free and online, why not? Why not? Give that a go. I reckon that's probably a good way to learn. Reading the KNRC book completely blew my mind of programming. Hardly written more than 50 lines of CML life, and it was still incredibly influential. +1 to learning from books. Yeah. I prefer JavaScript info because everyone can contribute to keeping up to date on GitHub. Oh, okay. Let's have a look at that one as well, shall we? Oh. Oh. And no. Oh. There you go. There's another one. So javascript.info. Ninja code. Objects. This seems okay. So I don't like the contents of this. Like I feel they're really. This is not how I would write. If I was going to teach it JavaScript, I wouldn't start with hello world, code structure, use strict, and then variables. No, 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 no. You should not need to know anything about these two things for a long time. And like nothing about alert and prompt. Type conversions. What? You're talking about types before you haven't even explained objects yet. We're going to talk about type conversion before we talk about strings, are we? That doesn't make any sense. You're going to talk about the null coalescing operator before you talk about strings. What? No. I mean, I'm sure this is good content, but I don't think they've thought that this looks like they're trying to describe the whole of JavaScript. Maybe this is good reference material. From the order, I don't think this is a good thing to yeah, just from the order of things, I don't think this is a good way to learn from scratch. Yeah, and you're like, you don't need to know that. You probably don't need to know that. Yeah, this is not a beginner resource, I don't think. Yeah. Anyway, Louis B's grumpy about actually quite good quality resources. The string section goes deep. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I feel like what makes a good piece of educational information and what makes a good reference is actually so different. It's really quite hard to think about how to incrementally teach a language. Because it's all so intertwined. I've spent quite a lot of time thinking about this for building the exorcism track and building the language tool. It's really tricky. A good piece of advice I find is at the beginning, be very vague, be very hand wavy, omit loads of details, and you'd be kind of wrong. That's fine because you're trying to explain some core thing, and all the periphery you want to keep that out of the way as long as possible because it distracts from whatever the thing you're trying to teach is. How to design programs. People keep recommending me that Racket book. People keep recommending that to me. How to design programs. This one. First edition is available. Look at this high quality website. Very nice. The book. Writing in progress. Oh wow, this is like a 20-year-old website. The complete text. Hey, here we go. Look at that. I'd love to have something like this for Gleam. Anyway, let's do some of the stuff I said I was going to do. A more accessible structure, was it? Structuring and Interpretation of Computer Programs. That book is not easy to get through. Which one should we do now? Module type inference supports returning multiple errors and pipes multiple errors to outputs accordingly. That sounds great. Let's have a look. Sounds really good to me. So what do we got here? Sorry for the changes, but I realise my thoughts about what you said. You may be better off switching back to results but just making a new inference failure struct containing errors in the ST. Once I figured out making the error bubble up properly, it's actually cleaned up the interface. Be almost like before. Let me know if I'm totally off base and I should switch back though. Okay, cool. So let's have a look. So this is a really cool feature. This is part of like the ongoing language server work. Currently the compiler, when it reaches an error, it stops. And then we just don't know anything about the rest of the program. So what we want to do is we're slowly moving towards when there's an error, we keep analyzing the code and learn as much as possible. And then we return all of the errors that were found, but we've still hopefully got loads of information about well, the code and what it does, and then we can still use that to surface things in the language server. Well, I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna have to have a little snack in a couple of minutes, I think. In fact, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna have a little 2-minute break. What time is it? Oh, it's been 2 hours. So I'm gonna have a little 2-minute break. I'm gonna have a banana or something. And then we'll crack on looking at this pull request, because I think this should be a bit of good fun. This will be looking inside the Gleam compiler. So press the button. Is it going to do anything? Here we go. All right. Bye. Whoa, it's me. Boom. I'm slightly see-through. How exciting. I've had a banana. I feel much better. And I also had a look at the software development section of Twitch. We're number 8. Oh my gosh. Look how popular we are. This is exciting. Awesome. So yeah, let's have a look at this Gleam compiler code. Up until this point, I've been trying to make sure that whenever I show code on stream, it's always Gleam. But this is going to be Rust, which I don't know. Maybe people will be excited by. I always want to. If I'm writing code myself, I want to be seen writing Gleam and not Rust. So it's just more fun. It's more fun. This stream isn't about Rust. It's about Gleam. Plus, everyone will see how bad I am at Rust, and that'd be a bit embarrassing. Oh, I've got an itchy nose. Which button do I press? This one. Magnifique. Maybe I should switch over to how do you do it? Unified view. Maybe that'll probably fit better on the slightly small streaming screen. There we go. That's the word. Did anyone see any good adverts, by the way? I'm still having fun with the fact that there are adverts. So in refinement failure, you get back a... Why is it an option? Why is it an option if it's a failure? Shouldn't it always be an AST? I guess it could happen before there's any AST. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Okay, yeah, let's just keep going. Good, so we're using a vector one, which is a non-empty vector. Very nice. Excellent, and you're here as well. So, I hope you don't mind. We're looking at your code. In long term, it would not be an option. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I hope you don't mind. We're going through your code. Love the comments, by the way. They're really cool. So we've got a vector one, so we always know there's going to be at least one error. Nice. I hope the requests I made weren't too nonsense either. I remember I reviewed some of... Who was it? I reviewed someone's code. Or rather, I looked at their library and they seem to be... Oh, has my camera frozen? Oh dear. Oh no. What's going on? Oh dear. Sorry folks, I'm not sure what's going on here. Does it look... Is it just me that it's frozen for? Or does it look frozen for you as well? Oh no, what do I do? I don't know how this works. Look how cool I am, raising my eyebrow. Sorry everyone, I don't know what's going on. New avatar, yeah. What do I do? What do I do in this case? Why is it stopped? Okay, webcam. What if I change it to this camera? Oh, look, I'm using the rubbish camera that's built into my monitor. Oh, I'm more see-through though. That's fun. And let's switch back to this. Yay! Computers, turn it off and on again. That's the Erlang way. Right, cancel. Discard. Do I want to save them? Oh man, that's making me nervous. Is it still working? Yeah! I wonder if it's just my phone went to sleep after streaming with it for... How long have we been online for? 2 hours and 15 minutes. Maybe I should just get like a camera? Like an actual camera? I quite like using my phone until someone calls me and then I panic. Have you tried turning it off and on again? I did. It's the Erlang way. Let it crash. Good. So we've got some errors. And then So what is this? This is the... What function is this? Infer module. Okay, so we're analyzing a single module. And we start by saying there's a bunch of errors that we could possibly append to. And then if there's a private type, we push it to the typer. Sort by location. Okay, that makes sense. I like that. And Where do we actually do the inference? Okay. What? Oh no, it's happened again. Oh, my camera just froze again. And then it just came back. What's going on there, eh? Oh no, I hope I thought I'd really cracked this streaming thing. Okay, so the thing I'm confused by is... Are we seeing all of the changes here? I think I might just be being a bit dense. Because... So we start. Inference failure. Oh, I see. Okay, so these things like validate module name, they can return... These are going to return this inference failure thing now, aren't they? Is that what's happening here? Package compiler, inference failure. I'm not a huge fan of the fact that we've got the package compiler returning something called an inference failure. Inference result, we infer the module. Oh, I see. No, it's not returning. It's pattern matching it. Sorry, that's my bad. That's my bad. Okay. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. But how did the errors from inference get here? Oh, I see. Oh, good. Because, right. Now I understand. Because we're implementing from error. So when there is any single one. Okay. Okay. So whenever there is like a little question mark doohickey, then it converts it. So that's nice now. That's nice now, but how is that going to work with how is it going to work when the errors in the ASC is mandatory? We're gonna have to immediately remove that. Well, no, we'd have to remove the from. Yeah. We can slowly remove the early exiting by adding errors to the deck. Yeah, okay. That sounds good. That sounds good. Okay. And at the end, we turn it into a vec1. Okay. Yeah, that sounds good to me. Might want to make it like a class for that rather than just having like a not now, later when we started adding more errors to it. It might be nice to have like an errors which is like some class, and then you do error dot, I don't know, register or something. Yeah, okay. Cool. Okay, that is nice to me. And the only thing that causes multiple errors now is private type leaks. Yeah, because that's the only place we do this push. Okay, that sounds nice. And what we got here? Some tests. These are just the test helper functions, and now they operate on multiple ones rather than just one. That's cool. Okay. Nice. And then we've got some tests. Oh, look. So this, it's hard to read this a little bit, isn't it? But look, hey, look, there's a private type. And then we return an instance on that private type. So this is being leaked. So that's an error. And we've got another one that also does the same. And then we've got a third one that also does the same. So there should be 3 errors. 1, 2, 3. Hey! Nice. Nice. Okay, that looks really cool. Yeah. I dig that. And let's see how the error rendering's changed. Good. So we know about vec1. So you've got a pretty string still. Good. Good. Diagnostic is called diagnostics because it can return multiple now. You do Java? Please tell. No, I've not written. I've written almost no Java actually. That's a language I've not really delved into very much. I don't know if it matters, but do we want to return a vec1 here rather than a vec? Is there a reason to do just regular vec? I'm not sure there's much difference in it, is there? I think they're much the same. Where is the one for type? Because that one is not going to just be wrapping it in. Here we go. So in error type, why is this formatted differently now? Is this a new formatter version or something? Why is it different? Why is this all indented differently? Isn't that strange? What do you program though? At the moment let's try again. At the moment we're looking at Rust. That's what this code is. But I'm the person who made Gleam, so we mostly do Gleam on this channel. But Rust is used to Gleam's compiler is written in Rust, and we're reviewing code changes to the compiler. So that's what we're doing. For some reason, Cargo didn't care about tab formatting for some of these. Oh, what was these? I think there's a bug in Cargo format where it what does it do? It's if there's a line that's too long in a file, it can stop formatting the rest of the file. I mean, what you've got now looks more right to me than what was there before. Very strange. Very strange. So where's the actual change here? So we've got like this collect vec here. It's got quite hard to read, hasn't it? So is it because at the top of this? Oh, okay. Should error be errors? I can change that. So okay, so now rather than just matching on one, we map across them. Okay, I understand that now. So we should have a type up here called error. Okay, we changed it to errors. Nice. I love it. Great work. And we've got a changelog entry, initial put for type analysis returning multiple errors. Awesome. And that's under the compiler section. Great stuff. Thank you. Run DMC or run GCC. Can I get in this frame? There we go. Whoa. Run Gloucester Cricket Club. Great stuff. Did I merge this or not? No, I didn't merge it. Okay, let's go. Awesome. And I'm gonna pop into my local editor and pull those changes. And what file was that? It was error.rus, and we had an error. So let's rename that. pressing the wrong button. The language server still, it's still compiling. So there we go. Errors. Come on. Come on. You can do it. I believe in you. Come on. Come on. Oh, my language. Rust Analyzer just started to do this for me. Has anyone seen this? Like, it's just started complaining that proc macros aren't working. It just started last week, and I've no idea what it is. It's really annoying. Oh, it says errors. Oh. There we go. Is that it? Is that all it does? Okay. Oh no. Oh no. I think the language server did me wrong there. Let's try again. Gosh, it seems slower than... Oh, I'm streaming. That's probably why. I'm using a bunch of my CPU to transcode 2 video streams. Is it doing anything? Okay. Oh yeah, it's much slower than it normally is. Streaming Rust. I'm going to need to buy a more powerful computer. So if anyone wants to give me a very, very large number of bits and subs, that would be really helpful. Oh yeah, and running the cargo test is going to kick the heck out of my computer as well. So yeah, I shouldn't do Rust streaming, should I? What's going on here? Why is it done that? Why is it not actually doing the rename? Isn't that strange? Huh. Why is it doing that? That's so strange. Is the stream still working okay while I'm thrashing my CPU? Look at that. It's doing stuff. It is going. Good. Well, I'm glad it's not stuttering. Sometimes if I watch a YouTube video while compiling Rust, it sounds like goes all roboty. Stream looks good. Thank you very much. Busy. Oh, look, OBS was the top for a moment there. Compiling, checking. Okay, good, yeah. Rename field. Banging. There we go. Ooh, no more Rust. Oh, no. Ah, that's better. That's better. Oh, nice and calm in the void. Good. Does not successfully detect L. Command exit. What? Oh, this is a thing I'm watching. This is even for me. How exciting. 2 has wrap process session. Does that mean I should always... Hello. Does that mean... Just checking. Does that mean I should always use... that flag when watching Erlang programs? Thank you. Yeah, some strange behavior of WatchExec. I've been using an ancient version for ages and it worked, and then I switched to a new version. It started doing something I didn't understand, so... I don't know. Can I upgrade it then, do you think? WatchExec. So what version have I got here? I've got... something through update, upgrade, WatchExec. Is there a particular reason the list module doesn't have an index pop function? I don't know. What would index pop do? Oh, it's already installed. Okay, so I guess that's not brew. I'm not a huge fan of Brew, to be honest. I would rather use something else. But I bought a Mac because I couldn't be asked to set something up. No, but really, I wanted ARM. Why am I searching ARM in Brew? That doesn't make any sense. And they just released their lovely M1 chips, so I was like, "Gonna get me some of that." I was hoping there would be a bunch of ARM laptops from other manufacturers by now, but they seem quite slow. There's a new, what's it called, Snapdragon X Elite or some ridiculous name chip that looks really good. I'm hoping we get a bunch of laptops with those in it as well. It looks like an M1-ish sort of thing, but not Apple. What am I doing here? Watch exec. Okay, so it's oh gosh. The fact I got less sleep than I usually do is starting to catch up on me. I might have to abandon ship at some point in the next some amount of time. How do you know if it's done? I don't know what this is. Oh no, that's not what I want. Oh no. I'm getting distracted anyway. This doesn't matter. Let's just ignore it. Okay. Same as pop, except the predicate, it would pop at the index. Yes. Okay, good. So the reason we don't have this is that you should never index into a list. If you are indexed into a list, it means that you have done something wrong. A list is not the appropriate data type for that, and you're probably trying to apply a procedural mutable algorithm to a functional immutable language. So either you want to use a different data structure, like maybe it's a map that you want, a dict that you want to use, or alternatively, you want to rethink and like try and can you write your program in a functional way. So we've just removed the like the list indexing function, for example, which was list.at, because it was misleading the fact it exists. It was setting the expectation that you would be indexing into lists, and people were like, "Oh, I'm using list.at, and now I want. Where's the one for updating an index? Where's the one for removing from an index?" None of those exist. Like very deliberately, those things do not exist. Oh, I've got a notification. Jack is clearly not giving his full attention to the stream. No, Jack's great. Doing good work. Well, what should I go for next? Support UUID v7. That could be quite fun. You got me, says Jack. Come on, work harder, Jack. The Gleam project isn't finished yet. Is there a Gleam course or just the docs? Yeah, as Music Cool says, there's a course on exorcism, which is really good. Exorcism, amazing website for learning coding. You can learn loads of different languages. I really want to do the SQLite course. I think that'd be really fun, and the PLSQL. But I got funding from the Erlang Ecosystem Foundation. Erlang Ecosystem Foundation. These folks, I got some funding from them. Cool, really cool org. To make this. Gleam. Ta-da! The Gleam track. So if you want a course that has loads of exercises and challenges for you, and when you submit them, you can then get your work reviewed by Gleam programmers. Oh, this logo's out of date. Oh, someone needs to fix that. Someone find out how you fix that and fix it for me, because that's wrong. And then you can like go for all these different topics. What do they call them? They call them concepts. Go for all these different concepts, and then you'll know the whole language. But if you want maybe a good first place to go would be to go to gleam.run, click on try Gleam, and then you've got a much more concise, it covers everything, but it goes through it quite quickly. interactive tutorial of the whole language, and you can, hello there, you know, and then it evaluates it and it prints stuff down here. So there you go. Or you can add a type error and it will, you know, or add errors and you can see it compiling or not compiling. And if you can just read it all on one page here. There you go. Oh, and there's also like code crafters. This is not a course. It's not going to teach you Gleam from start so much, but got a lovely, where is it? Oh, I can't find a list of all the languages, but they're a really cool thing, and they teach you like learn. For example, it'd be like implement Redis using Gleam. Like that's the thing they've got on the website at the moment. That's their Gleam offering, and they've also have things like SQLite and IRC and DNS and stuff like that. Like really cool stuff. I've got a referral link actually. I should find that. Let me find my referral link. And if you use the referral link, and then you end up paying for it, which you know you might use your training budget, you can then you know, some of the money will go to Gleam. There you go. There's a referral link, so check it out. I'm a bit confused about the website. I wanted to see the list of all the different courses they have, which was I'm on the right website. Yeah, okay. Where's all the? Oh, here we go. Here's what I was looking for. It's like build Git, build Redis, build HTTP server, build DNS server, BitTorrent, grep, Docker, and SQLite. That's cool because like we use these tools all the time, and I really like having a course where like you're practicing whichever language you pick. You know, there's all these. Look, there's Gleam. Yeah. But you know, learning how Redis works internally, or like learning how HTTP works. That's really cool. That's really, really cool. I really like the design of this course. I'm hoping that they add SQLite for Gleam because I wanna try that one. Maybe DNS would be cool as well. I don't actually know how the DNS protocol really works, so that would be fun. Anyway, there you go. That's enough. That's enough courses that keep you busy. So what we've got here, inlay hints. Why do we do this? Helps a lot, thanks. Oh, and if you get stuck with anything, join the Discord, which you can find. Go to the website, go to community, and then click join Discord. We need to. Someone snazzy up this page. It'd be nice if we had like a picture of Discord, like the logo, and a picture of GitHub, the logo. That would be nicer because this is a bit hard to read. Yeah, this link will take you to the Discord, and then you can come ask questions there. They're a really lovely bunch. Yeah, it'd be nice to have like some proper icons and stuff, wouldn't it? Good. So that's some context on that. And we said, okay, so there's loads of features in this pull request. It got quite a review, so we suggested we split it into multiple ones. That's replying to a last query I had. And here is the follow-up PR for the first piece. Add an annotation printer class that we use for inline hints and codes annotations in the language server. This is similar to the pretty printer, but also is context aware. What does that mean? So if you want to refactor, so we want to have a bunch of refactorings in the editor, right? So we want to be able to, for example, let's go to standard library. Let's just go here, shall we? So here we've got a variable, right? I would like to be able to say, open my code action pop up. It says no code action available because there isn't one supported here. I'd like there to be one that says add annotation. And then if I add that, it would say that, oh, this is, it would automatically write, this is an int. that's really easy for things like, oh, it's an int. You just add the word int. But it gets more complicated if you think about types being imported. So if this came from some other module, so here we've imported dict. So if the annotation was just a dict, you could just do, in this case, let x, and then add that. Oh, there's like a funny dot there. There we go. But if we hadn't imported it in an unqualified fashion, you'd have to know to write dict.dict. But if I'd renamed it as d, I'll have to write d.dict, or it could be that I'd written it as type dict as wibble, and then I've got to know that this is not a dict, this is a wibble. So if you're going to print some types, you need to know a lot about the context of the module that it's in. So it's got to keep track of all the types that are in scope. So we need to have an inverse mapping. At the moment, when you're analyzing the code, we've got a mapping of these names to the types. We now need to be able to go from the types back to the names. So there you go. That's what this is going to do. And it also doesn't need to do things like indentation, like the type pretty printer for errors does indentation. We don't really need that because the formatter will do the indentation for us anyway. Annotation printer, lovely. That sounds really good. Is there any? Okay, so what have you got here? Would it be better to make the constructor take a module as an argument? That way we can construct the national constructs in the constructor. Type aliases. Okay, so these are types that have been renamed. Module aliases, these are modules that have been renamed. Type parameters. I'm not sure what those are. Maybe it says here. So type parameters, not documented, this one. So I'm not entirely sure what it is. And we know the name of the current module. Okay. Okay. Value C. Good. And okay. So what I'm reading this as like a module. I presume mod is the current module. That's the name of the current module, I'm guessing. So when we declare a type, we say the current module this type has this value. I'm not sure that's right though, because this kind of implies that we're going to unwrite aliases, which I don't think we want. I think we do want to preserve the aliases. No, I'm wrong. I need to see how this is used because I don't understand this at the moment. How would that help you going from that to that? Anyway, I'm not sure what type parameters is. Has anyone made a Gleamlings course similar to Rustlings or Ziglings? Kind of like an attempt to build some of that out if it hasn't been done. Oh, I think there's an I there that's hidden behind a piece of the YouTube UI that cuts off the very end of messages. I'm assuming it says similar. I'd kind of liked to attempt to build out some of that if it hasn't already been done. I'm not aware of it being done. I've not looked at those myself, so I'm not sure what the difference is between those and the courses we do have today. So, what do we do? Okay. you can just push to an echo string, right? Echo string. Push string, yeah. We can use an echo string here. An echo string here. Was that my computer just like corrected echo string to something else? I didn't know it did that. Or maybe I just went completely bonkers and typed that without realizing it. Mm. So we are trying to print a type. If that type has been aliased, okay, good. So if we were printing a type called type with the name cat, that's from the mod 1 thing, we will check this if it's been an alias, and if it has been aliased to C, I mean that's wrong. That's a typo. It should be C. Typo. Oh wow, it definitely has some sort of like autocorrect thing now. I'm sure it didn't used to have that. Excuse me. So a mapping of printed type names to the module. What? UID? What's the UID for? I'm gonna have to read through the code, aren't I? There's a bunch of things I'm not immediately understanding from reading the definition of the annotation printer. That's okay. 1, 2. Let's do tests. We need tests for everything. I mean, every path through this should have a test. Where is the this isn't valid, Gleam. You can't alias a type to a lowercase name. Oh, I see. Okay. So this is such that you the only thing we want is the name here. So where did that come from? There was one that was AST. Type AST. Are these are always strings as the values, right? Is that true? I think that's true. Yeah, even here we say we just match and we only ever take the type var name out of it. Strings. It looks like below when we pattern match on them, we insist that they are. Okay. So if the module is the prelude module, or the module is the current module, we render just the name, unless there's a clash, in which case we render the whole module name. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Always qualify the types from other modules. If the type has been imported in an unqualified fashion, then we want to use the unqualified constructor, not always qualified yet. Nice. Do 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 do. Rather than build an extra string, all methods should push to the string buffer. So what do we use these printed types for then, eh? Name clashes if unqualified. What does this function mean? I'm not sure what it is doing looking at the previously printed types. I think it's here to work out if, what's it here to work out? It's here to work out if a prelude type has been shadowed by a type defined in this module, but you can't work that out by looking at what has been printed. Rather, we need to know the names of all the types and that are in scope in this module, both defined and shadow and imported. Okay. Hmm. Does it recursively call prints? Yeah. Lucy would be a great sub badge. Hey, yeah, good idea. That's a really good idea. This method constructs a great many strings. Instead, let's have it push. Let's have it push. So it only ever allocates one. Um, public method that returns a string, and internally it sets a buffer, and then it resets an internal. So it resets a buffer and then calls a function. Calls a private printing function which recursively calls itself, and each call will append to the buffer. Nice. Nice. This looks familiar. I think that's copied from somewhere. Nice. Let's have tests for all the other possible paths through the type printer. We want full coverage to make sure that we are generating correct code. Nice. Whew, tired after that. That was quite a bit of concentration. I've left a handful of comments in line. Let me know if anything is unclear. Sweet. Sweet. How long have I been streaming? 3 whole hours. Gosh, no wonder I'm tired. Very exciting. I'm not ready to finish. However, I do want a little break. So I'm gonna pause this, and I'm gonna have a drink and maybe get a snack. Caffeine drop off. That is what it is. Yeah. Maybe I'll have another coffee. Although I don't normally drink that much coffee, but then I haven't slept as much as I normally do. So could be a good idea. Coffee time. Okay, I'll make a coffee. May take me a little bit more than 2 minutes then, but I'll run a 2-minute advert because that's the button I have. And then I'll see you very shortly. Bye, folks. See you in a bit. Bye. I'll be right back. Where's the button? There's the button. I'm a professional. Oh dear. You thought you got rid of me, but no, I'm back. And I've got coffee. Which may be a bad idea. I didn't drink that much coffee normally, but I'm getting more into it. And I fed the cat as well, which means he'll probably want more food after that. And then he'll start making lots of annoying loud noises. Good. Good. I'm pretty tired. I'm going out tonight as well. One of my favourite bands is playing in Walthamstow in London. It's a band called Big Lad. They are really good. It's two guys. One guy on like a bunch of synthesizers, and one guy just on a drum kit, and they just go hard. Henry, the drummer, will just play the drums the hardest you've ever seen anyone play the drums, but just for the whole hour set. Like, what a machine. And they always play in the round, so they're like in the middle of the audience, and you're just standing around them. And a busy thing, you're leaning over the drum kit. It's great. Love it so much. But I mean, yeah, I might have to have an energy drink as well. I'm gonna be on so much caffeine. Or maybe if I was smart, I wouldn't be streaming, and I would have a nap. But I'm not smart, so I'm here. Very, very slowly getting through my inbox. So here we are on this pull request, which looked really good. But there's a bunch of things to tweak, and everything is. It'd be cool if the break transition had a dancing Lucy and a timer. That would be amazing. I guess I could just add a GIF. If someone makes a GIF, I could add it, I presume. I don't know how the timer would work because, I didn't know how long it was going to take me to feed the cat and make coffee. It's clearly been more than 2 minutes because I came back and the advert had finished. Yeah, I guess I set a stopwatch. How do you think they do it? Did they say I'm gonna? How long do they normally take for a break? Do they say I'm gonna take a 3-minute break, and they set a stopwatch and they run? What if it's not long enough? What do you do then? We are very slowly getting better at this Twitch thing, but I'm gonna need all the tips. I really like the Dancing Lucy idea. I think that's fantastic. Really, really good idea. So yeah, I like this pull request, but it needs tests. It needs test. I think let's keep it like this, as otherwise the could be good. However, I think that would make it a lot harder to write the tests, as there would be a great deal more information that would be needed to construct this class. I always spell class wrong. What's that about? Class. Is it class or class? Goes in negative when things are taking longer. Okay, it's just gonna be permanently negative. It's just gonna be a lie. Oh, here's another question for folks, for the Twitch literate. I'm very much a Twitch newbie, so I think if I run adverts, it means that it's not going to automatically insert adverts. I think, or not for a while. Is there a way to know when that? Oh, look here. I've just tabbed over to my dashboard, and there's a bit that says pre-roll off. Is there a way to yeah? I need to. Okay, so I think I need to edit this dashboard thing to only have the bits that I want somehow, and then I need to put it on my main workspace so I can see it the whole time. I guess. What's going on in YouTube actually? Let me check my YouTube stats. Okay, so clearly going to Twitch was the right thing to do because there's just way more people on Twitch than there is on YouTube. Coffee is so good. Mm. Okay. 30-second ads every 10 minutes. No every 10 minutes. Wow, that seems like a lot of adverts to me. I guess they got to make their money, right? Streaming's pretty. I mean, all the streaming infrastructure must be pretty expensive. Although this is Twitch is owned by Amazon now, I think. So they must presumably they just get like AWS like effectively for free. It's being very expensive at Amazon too. Yeah, I mean, Amazon egress fees are outrageously expensive. But they own so much of the infrastructure. Surely it's it's got the amount of money that goes through Twitch. It must be very profitable for them. Must be grand. Anyway, good PR. Big fan. Really liked it. It's gonna be the foundation of loads of really good features like add annotations to assignments, add annotations to functions like the arguments and the return types. We can use it for inlay hints. Yeah, really useful stuff. And I wonder we could even take the logic, copy the logic into the regular error printer, and yeah, copy the logic into the regular error printer, and then we would be able to. Oh, come on. Then when we're printing normal errors, we could also print it with the context of your module in the actual error itself. That would be really nice. Like even on the command line. Yeah, like there's loads of really good improvements to do with like how, tooling. Tooling is the key. People are like, can we add JSX to Gleam? Like, no, rubbish, boring. That's not going to make anyone's day easier. But this kind of stuff, yeah, this is where it's at. IVS Rockstock Calculator. What is this? Let's put it in here. Amazon IVS. I'm not sure what Amazon IVS is. Let's find that out first. Interactive video software. Is this the technology that underpins Twitch being like white labeled so you can buy it? Okay. Yeah, it does kind of sound so. We'll have one channel, and I don't know what the difference between these are. Standard, HDFR, I don't know what that means. Standard, okay. Low latency streaming, that's probably what I'm doing, right? Or real-time streaming, what's the difference? It's got to be 1080p, right? I presume that you guys, are you folks getting 1080p here? I don't know how you can tell that. I'm streaming in 1080p, and I say I'm streaming for 4 hours, and I've got like, whoa, that slider is not useful. Really? So you're telling me that if I want to stream for 4 hours, it's going to cost me $22? What an absolute rip-off. What nonsense. That's so expensive. Oh, sure it doesn't cost them that much. Outrageous. Pro Stoner, good name. I am in 1080p. Good. I'm glad. I wonder what the markup is like. What do you think the actual cost is for them running all these streams? But then again, like I imagine they make a loss on every me, and then like the massive name streamers, they make tons and tons and tons of money. Oh, Adam! Oh, your name is very appropriate, my old friend. Oh my gosh, Adam and I go way back. We knew each other as kids, right? Why did I say Adam? Arden, right? Arden. Sorry, I'm trying to read everybody's name as they're spelt, but oh my gosh, I am thinking about Arden, right? Or is this an Adam that I can't remember? Ah, it is you. Oh, good to see you, dude. I'm sorry I got your name wrong. That was really weird. Hi, creator of the beautiful Gleam program action. Also, hi, chat. Hello, welcome. Oh, this is so cool. Me and Adam met when we were 11, I think, and we sat next to each other at school. in class 7H. Wow. What are we doing today? I've been going through all of my notifications, doing admin on stream. I was hoping I'd get through it really quickly, but it turns out stream is really distracting because there's all these nice people to talk to. Oh, there's a question from 0x Developer. That's a brilliant name in YouTube. Hello, first time catching your stream. Good to have you. Good to have you. I don't know if this is appropriate, but why did you stop building Gleam? That's a great question. Oh no, I don't want to go to Y Combinator. No, I'm not interested in that at all. Before you continue, you need to blah 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 blah. Gleam Fosdem. In this talk here, I covered it a little bit, but a lot of the basic idea is that in the very beginning, I wanted to write a conference talk. I wanted to do a conference talk on like how to make a language that compiles to the Erlang virtual machine. That was really fun. It went really well. And I did that by piecing together pieces that I'd learned from making like linters and things and static analysis installing. And I was like, oh wait, that's most of a compiler. I can just like add code gen and then I've got a compiler. So I did this talk. This was, gosh, when was this? This is a long time ago. Look how young I look. So that went really well. And then after I finished, let's go for it. Next slide, please, Louis. Afterwards, I didn't touch the language for the compiler project for a year, like a year and a half or something. But it kept being at the back of my brain, being like, you can do more stuff. Am I wearing the same t-shirt? I'm wearing the same t-shirt. Yeah, my best programming t-shirt. Oh, look at that. I clearly got to dye my hair purple as well. I dyed it purple because I was speaking at an Elixir event. I thought that'd be quite fun. Anyway, so there was this big gap where nothing happened, but I kept thinking like I'd sort of got the bug, and I couldn't stop thinking about languages, and I really like languages. But I kept realizing that all these different languages I was writing, whenever I was writing one of them, I was missing things about the other. So when I'm writing Go, I miss things from Elixir. When I'm writing Elixir, I miss things from Alpaca. When I'm writing Alpaca, I miss things from Rust. And I was like, is it possible to take all the things that I really like from all these languages and like distill it into this like one language that's the one I want to use, right? That's the language I want to be paid to write day to day. So I just started by scratching that itch to see like, do you think is it possible to do this? Or like, if you take all these pieces from all these different places, do you get something that makes sense? Or if you just like, I really like cheese and pickle sandwiches, and I really like cream eggs. If you mix them together, you get something horrible. Is it going to be like that, or do you find something really nice? Oh, my watch is going again. What's it complaining about? Oh, good. Nothing interesting. And it turned out to be good, right? So I just started. It was just to scratch that intellectual itch. And then over time, it became more and more of a real thing. And then it got more and more serious. And I was like, oh, wow, not only have I sort of succeeded in scratching this intellectual itch, this looks like it's useful. This looks good. And then we, take it more and more serious. More people got involved. And here we are today. We've done version 1. It's my literal job. And there we are. Hello, I'm back. I can't seem to find this channel when searching Gleam language in Twitch. I wonder what that's about. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, long time no speak, man. It's all seen Gleam taking off. There, yeah, dude, thank you so much. It's really good to see you. We got to hang out at some point. Are you still living around like Slough, Maidenhead sort of way? I'm in London. I'm in West London these days. So pretty close to Paddington, so it's quite easy to get in and out. Love your commitment. Keep killing it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bracknell Ways. See, roughly the same sort of area, Difficult to catch up. Yeah, I'd be well up for that. So Artem and I, we went to school together. So met when we were 11, and then probably haven't seen each other since we were 17. Gosh, that's a long time ago. That's such a long time ago. Making your own job. Some party in Reading. Oh, yeah. Wow, that's a long time ago. Twitch search isn't good. I don't think it's Gleam's problem. It'd be cool if it worked, though. Like, if you search Gleam, you get Gleam. That'd be nice. So there you go. That's my little nostalgic story as to... Was there anything else worth talking about here? I don't know. Stars and things and... Look at my graphic design skills. Search for tag Gleam. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Have you ever thought of being time to time in the USA to promote Gleam Lang? Yeah, I don't particularly like flying or like long distance travel unless it feels really necessary, and I don't think there's been any events where I've gone, yeah, that's really worth it. You know, I'm pretty nervous about the whole climate crisis, to be honest with you, and so I want any long distance travel to be like super important or super impactful, and to like go and do like a 45-minute talk at, I don't know, like an Erlang event. It's just not a good trade-off for me, I think, because I could reach more people internationally by doing a stream like this, you know. You know, that's really impactful. While if I did, you know, go to talk to a room of, you know, 100 people, it's not. I mean, it's good. I love that stuff, but like I could do something very similar at home. I could like do a stream and then write a few blog posts and work on a language server thing. Like that would take the same amount of time, use nowhere near as much carbon, and it cost. I wouldn't have to spend loads of money that I don't have on this, because conferences don't pay for things. Like I was shocked when I discovered this, but conferences don't pay for the people who are doing all the work to speak and stuff. Like some of them pay for flights, some of them pay for hotels, but generally they don't. They're just like, you work it out. So okay, so I'm going to do loads of work, and then go talk at your thing that you're charging people hundreds and hundreds of dollars for, and I'm gonna just, but you're gonna have a dinner the night before. Okay, cool. One meal. Any tips for running Gleam on the browser? I've already built my app targeting JavaScript. Good, you're gonna need that, but I'm not sure how to proceed from there. So there's loads of ways you can do it. You could just serve just the compiled files. But there's also some programs you can use, like where would I find them? I don't use these very much, so excuse me if I stumble over this. ES build. So there's this project, which is really nice. You can add ES build as a dependency, and then you can run ES build bundle, and that will build you like a single JavaScript file, which you can then put in your you can serve on the internet and include in your HTML, and you know, the same way you would JavaScript. And I think there's also a Gleam tools. Let's try and find the Gleam tools thing. It's all talking about that thing. GitHub Gleam tools. Here we go. No, excuse me, I don't know much about this tooling, but Vite, I believe, is a bundler. Vite? They sound like cleaning products to me. Anyway, but you can do this, which probably means something to you if you're a front-end person. It's a bit opaque to me. And then it will know how to do Gleam. And I'm told it's very good. Vite. Yeah, Vite sounds like something you shave with or something. Vite for men. I will, if Vite wants to sponsor me, I will completely I will show off their razors live on air. I will use it to trim my glorious moustache. But anyway, this tooling is going to be really good, so you could use that as well. I'm fully open to sponsorship and bribes, so you know, just send me money. I will happily accept it. This video was a great talk on the problems of maintaining a language, and this is Evan's wonderful talk, the economics of programming languages. Shush, no, I don't want to watch an advert. No, go away. Or maybe, there we go. Ta-da. Go on, let's go to a bit where you can actually see him. It's Evan. What a great guy. Does he have a bit at the end? So this is a good talk, but I kind of disagree with what I think some of the conclusions of this talk are. Not, you know, everyone's coming at open source for different reasons, different motivations, and they feel comfortable with different things. One of my takeaways from this talk is that, and like from interacting with the Elm community, who are wonderful, is that the Elm community love Elm. Oh, so pardon. The Elm community love Elm, and they love Evan, and they want to support Elm. They want to support Evan. And if Evan just let them, you know, pay him, they would happily pay him to work on things and fix bugs and, you know, maintain it and all that sort of stuff. But I think Evan doesn't want, you know, it feels, I'm sort of overstepping here really, but like it seems that he doesn't want to have that kind of relationship with his users. He wants to have what to me seems like a more capitalistic thing, where like there's a transaction, like there's a very clear, if you get this, if I get this, you get this kind of thing. Or like a very direct link between, like, you pay money to use the, for example, Elm hosting service, the Postgres thing that he's made, and I get the money and you get access to the service. That's a really clear transaction. And I just don't think that really works, because I don't think that like, you know, he's like, his skill set is making a language. His skill set is not you know, running a deployment platform. Thank you, newbie. And I just think, like, you should let people just give you money because they like the work you're doing, even if there's no like clear relationship between, you know, my sponsorship is not, you give me this much money. If I get this many pounds, then I will give you the language server this feature. I actively don't want that. I want it to be a loose thing. Like I want people to support Gleam development in general, because they like it and they trust the project and they trust the core team. I think that's the way to go. So I don't know. I think I'd just be open to more things, and it's working well for us so far. So, and I think Twitch is a really good example of that, right? So I think even like 10 years ago, when Twitch was called Justin.tv, right? Like, it was just starting getting off the ground, and there was, you know, the idea that people would just like tune in and watch their favorite, like, you know, pretty tiny content creators and give them a sub. You know, here's $5, here's some bits, you know, that kind of stuff. That seems wild. Like, no, you need to get a big audience, and you need to like have a, you know, you can't have that kind of relationship with the audience. You instead need to have a business relationship with advertisers, and the advertisers need to, you know, make money from the audience, and then you get money from the advertisers for that direct transaction. You know, I don't think that's how people work, really. I think that's quite modern. I think people really like just want to support things and have things that work and support their favorite artists or content creators or programmers or anything, really. And I'm hoping that we can move more of that supporting things you like model that we see in streaming and such. Let's get more of that in programming, you know. I really want to normalize people just, you know, and especially companies supporting the things that they get value from. I think everything will work much better if we can do that. There you go. That's my extremely optimistic view on the whole thing. Hello, everyone. Gleam is super nice. Thank you. I've been using it to learn functional programming, and I'm having too much fun. It's almost too good to be true. Oh, thank you so much. That's really lovely. I think that I love those positive comments. It's really good. It shows that, like, it's worth doing this thing. You know, it's justified that I don't have a real job. What you described, the ad-based revenue model, is being used by TikTok with data mining under the hood. Ah, of course. Of course. Companies must support the technologies they depend on, in my opinion. Yes. I want it to be so normal that a company doesn't even think about spending like, like maybe like, imagine if every company paid like one mid-level, if you got, say you've got a team of, I don't know, 16 engineers. What if you just had like one extra person's worth of budget, and that just goes to funding your dependencies? Oh, could you imagine if every company did that? It'd be amazing. Or just like how much they spend on like coffee. Speaking of coffee, I'm very I'm permanently frustrated with the state of funding open source, and I'm extremely thankful that I've somehow got to a place where I can afford to do this, like make things that I think are useful, not have what I think is a bullshit job. I think most jobs, people just do them because they need the money, not because they care at all about the thing they're doing. And I didn't have to do that. That's awesome. People, if you work at a company that has some amount of money, see if you can get your engineering manager or whoever, your CTO, your CPO, to like put some insignificant amount of your budget into your dependencies. Are you using Gleam? Oh, give us a tiny bit of money. An amount of money that the company won't notice makes all the difference to us. Or using HTMX, give some money to HTMX. Using whatever, and or even just things like things that aren't glamorous. So people talk about HTMX a lot. People talk about languages a lot. Things that you use a lot of that are important but not sexy. So like what XML parser are you using? If you've got a library, using a library that's an XML parser, and you're using it to process like loads and loads and loads of data, that's pretty important to your business. Like, give that person some support. I've just got rambling, and I've completely stopped doing the work I said I was going to be doing. Bump Gleam version to at least. What does this mean? Do you really? Something's rattling on my desk. It's very annoying. Oh, it's this bottle. Stop that, you. A lot of open source developers tend to quit because of this. I think a lot of open source developers just can't keep up. Their fun little hobby thing starts to feel like a lot of work, and they burn out and they stop. It sucks. And then we have loads of tools that are just unmaintained because of that. Okay, so the fix seems to be switching from one flag that I always add to some other flag that I always add, which, I don't know, that's confusing to me. Good morning, Louis. Hello. Good morning. Your resilience is beyond words, Louis. I'm just stubborn. And I've quit my job a lot. I've spent quite a lot of my career, I'd work a place for a while, then I'd quit my job and I'd work full time until I run out of money, and then I'd get another job. I'm just very lucky that I finally quit my job, and it's in a way where I get enough money in to pay the bills, and I don't have to. I'm not counting down. I'm not looking at my bank balance going, yeah, I reckon I've got another month or two. I'm not doing that anymore. It's so long as I'm not being flashy, I can afford it. I wish there was some sort of open source license which forces you to pay a tax to the open source using. There are licenses like that. The business source licenses generally work by saying it's free to use until you are a company that earns this much money, at which point you need to enter some agreement with us. I'm not the biggest fan of them, but I completely understand it. Like I don't like it as a user, but I actually think it's like super legit and fair. I don't have a better suggestion for a lot of the software, but I would just like it not to have to be a thing. But like fundamentally, people getting paid is good. People who make software for other people them being paid is good, actually. And if that means that, if doing that means that, yeah, the projects get paid, that's awesome. What I find much harder to stomach is when projects that have had a more permissive license, or like an AG, like a copyleft license, for example, switch to being business source license. Like that, I find distasteful. And every time I see it, it just gets forked, and they just someone else takes over, and then it's fine. So basically that, but you can choose what open source you want to give your money to. Of course, this is complicated. Yeah, I just don't know how you. Yeah, all the legal stuff's very challenging. I don't really want to lawyer my way out of this problem. I don't want us to build. I don't want us to turn the tech world into like everyone is supporting each other because they're legally obligated to. I want it to be culturally normal for businesses to look at their. I would like it to be such that people aren't doing it because they're legally obligated to it. I want it to be such that people are looking at their supply chain and going, there's risk here. There's risk because we use these tools from these people and they don't have the adequate funding in order to maintain them. Okay, the solution here is that, everybody's giving funding to their dependencies. Cool, that's the problem solved. Like that's the way it should look at it. Companies should look at it and go, we want to support these things that we use. That's important to us. I think that'd be much better than confusing, scary legal nonsense. I'm being so optimistic here. It's quite far-fetched, isn't it? Yeah, the whole Redis thing was really sad to me. I think Redis in particular, they've really shot themselves in the foot. Like if you're going to do the business source thing, you need to stop being open source and then release a bunch of things that motivates your existing user base to use your new not open source versions instead of using the old version that's being maintained by the community. What's left to add to Redis? Like Redis is not a complicated product, and Redis has been finished Redis is just done as far as I'm concerned. And Redis is also such a simple thing that you can just implement new ones. There's loads of Redis as a service. Like there's an Amazon one. There's, I don't know, the other cloud database provider has one. Google has one that are not Redis. They've just implemented the same API because the API is so simple. Like that, it's not hard to make a Redis from scratch. You're like, what's the game? Like, what is the thing you could possibly release that's going to make people want to go for the scary license, but you could just keep using the open source one? Redis is done since version 3.2. Exactly, yeah. There's nothing, they've got nothing to withhold. Like, they're stuffed. It's a really bad move, I think. And throwing away all the branding that everyone liked and replacing the really easy to use website with the documentation right at the front with like a website that looks like they just got like some generic marketing agency to make a new website for generic tech product. Like it's just weak. Like I just don't think the people who are making the decisions understand what the strengths are of the Redis product and brand and user base. They're just really playing to their weaknesses at the moment, I think. Does Redis occasionally add a nifty data structure? I'm not aware of anything new being added in a long time, but like, what could you possibly add that's going to make people go, oh god, we got to change, got to use it now? I mean, they added streams. Those were okay, I suppose. I mean, if you go on Codecrafters, I'm going to be a proper streamer. If you use my referral link for Codecrafters, you can learn to implement Redis. You can learn to oh no, that's the wrong one. No, I've already messed up. That's the wrong link. Okay, try again. If you go to Codecrafters and sign up with my referral link, you can learn to make Redis. You can implement Redis in Gleam. Boom! Like it's that easy. It's like a learning exercise. Redis is like Redis is like a summer, it's a Saturday project you do over a summer. Like it's just not a thing. Can't giving it the wrong link though. Nice, nice. I don't know if that link goes anywhere. I don't know if you can remove them. Pin the message. No, I don't want to do that. Apparently, I'm a 1 month subscriber to myself. I don't know how that works. I suppose I should know how to delete messages because what if someone said something distasteful? How would I get rid of it? I really should learn to use Twitch. Ho hum. What can you do, eh? Anyway, there you go. Old man rants at open source cloud. There you go. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the USP of the Louis stream. No work. I just have my GitHub notifications open, and I just moan. I just moan about open source. In chat, there's supposed to be a ban remove message buttons near people's nickname. Is there? Okay, so I'm hovering. I click on someone's nickname, and it just comes up with. Okay, so I can like block and report them, but can I remove individual messages? I can ban them. I don't see how I get rid of messages. I don't know. I'm going to have to just get a moderator at some point, aren't I? What can I make with Gleam? Is it good for a web server? Yeah, it's good for a web server. It's very good for network things. I volunteer as tribute to be banned. Code crafters in bio. There should be a message at the bottom of the little pop-up on someone's name. There should be a chat message. Messages. Oh, here we go. Oh, no, but it doesn't let me remove an individual message, I think. I don't know. I'll watch a video on it or something, how to remove comments. By default, they're not there. Just spam the chat with a referral link. Right, should we do a thing? Should we do like an actual thing? Oh, newbie. Hello. You joining the crew, are you? It's time to complain, you say? Yes, I think so. The little boy has awoken. He's making a lot of noises. This message was deleted by Loop. I deleted a message? How did you do that? What's going on? You're confusing me, Maccodes. Got him. You've tricked me. Don't get trolled so easily. I'm a boomer practically. What do I know? I'm fooled by anything. I've been giving all my sponsorship money to Nigerian princes and stuff. I think I need to feed the little boy. All right, I'm gonna be back in. I'm gonna do the 2-minute thing. I don't have to make a timer, so you don't get a timer. But I'm gonna go for 2 minutes. Feed the cat. Yeah, I'm just gonna feed the cat. All right, back in a sec, folks. Press the button. Does the thing. Awesome. Lovely. I just had a tangerine. Really nice. Really, really, really nice. Who would have guessed that Dylan viewers also enjoy watching Louis? I don't believe that because I just rant. Like Dylan does cool stuff. Dylan does like cool code and stuff, and I'm just here being like, well, I think that everyone should give money to me. Open source is good and closed source is bad. Old man shouts at cloud. Sorry, I'm gonna blow my nose. Back in like 2 seconds. They don't do 2-second adverts, so you're just gonna have to wait. Oh, good, it's me. I'm back again. Right. Do you think I can actually get some actual things done that I said I was going to do? I think the answer's no, but we should have another go. I find the Twitch app not good regarding the profile page. I would prefer it more simple than Instagram. At least see the number of people I followed. I'm not even sure what the profile page is. I definitely don't have an app installed. I just use the website. Safari. Good. What do we want to look at here? We want to look at... Which of these look fun? Mockito. In the hints. Isn't that the one we just reviewed a piece of? Yes. Okay, so we don't need to look at this one anymore. The website works better. Good. I'm glad I'm doing something right with this whole Twitch thing. Oh, okay. So I need to make a website for the HTML converter at some point. We should do that. And someone can make it look nice. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Support Git depths of build tool, requirement overriding. Initial implementation of go-to types. Oh, that sounds exciting. Hello, darling. I've just fed you. You want to be played with, don't you? Why don't you come up here and say hi to everybody? No, I guess not. So, I don't remember what we last said on this, which is a bit embarrassing. I asked a question, got an answer, and then I asked some... What was I asking about? What's a nested type? Okie dokie. That sounds good. Lovely. Okay, so I figured out how to get the documentation on Hover for custom types. Nice. Adding documentation to type constructors and then passing it through. Oh, newbie, you just closed my door. That's ominous. Why did you do that? Come here. Come see everyone. Everyone likes cats, and then I get 1 million subs. Something's rattling again. Come on, small boy, come up here. No, you don't want to? I'm gonna wave you in front of the camera. Come here. Poor boy wants to go play. I'm not gonna do it, sorry. I'm not gonna do it. By the way, I've been planning on making a site PR about localizing the docs into some languages. What are your policies on localization? That sounds really good. I would love to... how do you spell Nubi? Nubi is spelled N-U-B-I, which is short for Anubis, because he looks like a little god of death. Even though that's a jackal, right? That's not a cat. Honey, I'm doing things. Nag, 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 nag. Come on. All right. I don't want to... I'm streaming. Maybe if I give him like a tiny bit more food, he'll shut up for a bit, which is a bad idea, but... Oh, he's just staring at me angrily. This calls for cat cam. I would love to have a cat cam, but I also don't want to just show off on the inside of my house because it makes me uncomfortable. All right, okay, 20 seconds. I'll be back. Oh, I made it. It's very hard to keep a cat intellectually stimulated while also not interact with him in any way. Oh dear. So policy and localization. Great. Let's answer that question right now. I'm not. Was there particular documentation you had in mind? The place where I've been thinking about localization is in the language tour. And I don't know what the UI should be for this. We're going to need some UI. It could be something like I can't remember the tutorial. Tutorial. Where is it? Tour of Go. So if you do the Go tour, the first page is this. It says go to one of these places. So we could have something like that. That would be a way to switch between languages. That makes sense. And then it takes you, I don't know, somewhere. This is some other website, I guess. Okay. If you look at the content for the tour, which is inside this content folder, you'll notice that all of the text, there's like code.gleam, they all have HTML, and I've called it EN. We could have FR and, etc., other languages, which has the same content translated, and then we could like generate pages for all of those. That could work. The bit that's a bit irritating is that there's comments and there's English things embedded in the code, like, oh honey, oh stop being sad. Oh, poor boy. I don't know which one of these are comments in it. Let's just pick one at random. No, there's no comments here, but you get the idea. There's like English words here. It's like, is that okay? Like having the text content be in a language? I mean, that'd be a step in the right direction at least. And that's like quite an easy one to do. The Adam, you subbed. Thank you so much, dude. Really appreciate that. So that would work. The other docs, such as this stuff, I don't have a good idea. And I don't know, but start with the tour because it's quite contained. And then we go from there. The thing that's going to be tricky is like, how do we, I don't know how I verify. I've not done this before, so I'm not sure what the process is for making sure that all the docs are of sufficiently good quality in every language. I guess I just have to trust some people, or like hope that there's some people who are in the community often enough who speak the language, and I can go to them, hey, does this look good? So for example, for Italian, I can ask Jack. I was going to list some other languages, but I can't remember who speaks what off the top of my head. But there's a bunch, we've got people from all around the world. I could just, identify certain people and ask them like, how does this work? Yeah, so that sort of jazz. So localization stuff would be really nice, but I don't know much about what's the best way to do these things. I've built tooling for localizing things, but I've never been doing the content stuff before. So probably want to decide if you want to put the locale in the URL or not. I would, like the homepage as well. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. I think maybe like we could just have the whole thing where, so let's go to a page. We could just have like, if it just is like IT for Italian, and then it goes to the same place, and then you could like share it with people in the language that you wanted to be shared in, perhaps. Maybe you want to have some. Again, I'm not a UI designer, so I'm not very good at this. Maybe some widget somewhere that like, maybe this turns into a drop down, so it's not just one option, but it pops open, and then you get to pick between. Do you want light mode or dark mode? And here's a language picker, or that kind of stuff. I'm mostly puzzled by the workflow. Well, we need to make a workflow, so I don't know what that would be. I'm assuming that anyone that works on this is going to be comfortable with Git, and then we could just manage it with pull requests. I don't know how practical that is. Maybe that's really annoying. We can. We can do anything really, but I don't know how it should work. I think there's a question of like, what happened? Do we, if there isn't a translation for that page, do we just show them the English one? That's a bit rubbish, isn't it? Or I'm not sure. Tricky part is having the language version up to date with the English version. Yes, exactly. So I think the tour's a good one because the tour is unlikely to change much, while the documentation on the main website, that's much more likely to change a bunch. So yeah, it's hard. It's one of these things where like it could, I think, could be quite time consuming, and so like with how, it's just me working on this full time. Really, it's really hard to find capacity to get this project done. If we were, a Microsoft project, yeah, awesome, we could do that, but it's hard. It's tricky. How would you prefer the Gleam website to be? Are you satisfied with the simplicity of the design? Got any websites UI in mind? The homepage is great. The other pages can probably do with some love. So, it's just lists of things. Like, it would be nice if it'd be nice if this was something. So the really high value thing would be, this is just a list of information. It's rubbish. It'd be really nice if there was like some actual designed experience to install in. So like it takes you here, and then maybe it asks you what your operating system is, and then it takes you down different paths depending on that. And isn't just like, here's a markdown document that we've embedded into a page. And here, like really really simple one, just like here, like this should probably have a picture of the Discord icon for the Discord and a picture of GitHub for the GitHub, right? There's loads of little things like that. Yeah, it's tricky though. It's not really my skill set, so I struggle somewhat. Gosh, it's nearly 4 here. When did that? Oh no, sorry, it's already 4. When did that happen? I'm hungry. I'm gonna have to have food in a bit. I love the homepage. Yes, that was made by Kayla Washburn. That's a surname, right? Gosh, I wanted to say Kayla Daniels. That's somebody else, isn't it? Is that the person who sued Trump? Kayla Washburn. GitHub. Oh, hyphenated name. Okay, I was wrong. Kayla Washburn Love. Yeah, she's great. I guess Algebraic FX would color up the code base. Yeah. I remember you having an interest in Algebraic FX. I wonder if it's something that could be added to Gleam via a package to make it opt-in. I think you could probably simulate them. The user experience would not be anywhere near the same as it would be if it was built into the language, and there's going to be a sizable runtime cost to that, and it introduces the function coloring problem, which means that you lose interop with like OTP, like the whole Erlang ecosystem, and anything that uses those patterns. Like if you use an effect system, you can only then be integrated into other things you also use in the effect system. That kind of blows, and there's a lot of complexity in an effect system, which makes it not, in my opinion, very suited for like Gleam core. But there could be lots of things that are useful there for packages. So I don't know. I don't think Algebra FX are still somewhat a research thing. Like it is starting to make into real languages, like OCaml has them now, but it's still very advanced and complicated features. So I think it's unlikely to ever really be in Gleam. Like Gleam's very small and conservative. And hi newbie. Anyway, what code editor do you use? I use NeoVim at the moment. I used VS Code for a couple of years. But I'm back on NeoVim now, and I use the lazy Vim template config something like that. Good. Anyway, let's get some greeners. So added documentation, type structures. This looks really nice. I really like the look of that. That's great. And that's hover. So this is hover and go to types and separating annotations. Okay. Good. Let's have a look at how it's done. Hover for type annotations is now separate from the thing being annotated. Awesome. I'm wondering if we could word that a little bit better. It's probably fine. Go to definition now works for type annotations. Yes, awesome. What's the difference? Oh no, this is generated code. Don't need to see that. Don't need to see that. So now we have documentation on a type constructor. Nice. Origin. Okay. Yes. Okay. That's the place in the file where it was defined. Okay. And so you can work out where that is exactly by looking at the module and the origin. Good. That makes sense to me. So when we are analyzing a type alias, okay. Oh, we keep the documentation. Interesting. And then we clone the documentation. Okay. I presume that is a eco string. So cloning is not expensive. Oh, my stomach's gurgling. Gosh, I think it might be food time. Ooh. Oh, I could actually just link you to my NeoVim config while I'm here. That makes sense as well. Here's my mono repo of Doom. If you go to .files and then to home, config, NeoVim. Here you go. I'll pop this in Twitch. Enjoy. There's not really anything in it, so don't get too excited. Cap'n P, yeah, Cap'n P is really good for a lot of things. I regret using it for the compiler. I wish I used Serde bin code. And there's a ticket to replace it, but it's just quite a lot of boring work to replace it, so it hasn't been done. But I regret using it somewhat. So, what we got now? What's this? This is a thing that you can hover over. An annotation is now a thing that you can hover over, and it can return. It can have a. I wonder why we have the type AST in it. Is there anything you can learn from a type AST? Well, let's see how it's used and find out. Okay, so can you give me a mini explainer as to why the preference of Serde bin code over Cap'n P? Is that what you mean? So the Cap'n P is a lot harder and more complicated to use, and I sort of added it as a premature performance optimization, and I don't think it was a good idea. And I also don't have any reason to particularly believe that I don't know that it's faster, and I also don't believe that bin code serialization is going to be the thing that is slow in the compiler. So if I just use Serde like we use for everything else, the normal Rust serialization framework, it'll be much more approachable for people coming to the compiler, and there'll be less boilerplate and less weirdness for people to understand. And I don't believe anyone would ever notice a difference in performance. I don't even know if there would be a difference in performance. And I've since worked on a video game engine in Rust professionally for, I don't know, half a year, somewhere like that. And we were using bin code for everything, and that's something that's much more, that's in tight loops. Performance matters way more than in this stuff. And that wasn't the problem at all. So I was like, okay, I've prematurely optimized badly and made a bad choice here. Cap'n P could be infinity times faster. Yes, it can be, providing you're not doing anything. So there's no serialization step. Okay, so the idea of Cap'n P is that you write data directly to a buffer, and then you can just copy that buffer to somewhere else in memory, or just reference it, and then the other thing knows how to reference it, knows how to index into the same array of bytes, this buffer of memory, and so there's no serialization step. You just pull things directly out of it. That works so long as the thing that you want to persist and serialize and deserialize can be used in that format, but it probably can't. So I need to now write a bunch of manual code which takes it and turns it into the format I do want. That's annoying. If I use Serde, that would be automatic largely. So yeah, it's not infinite. It's not zero cost because you're gonna have to do some transformation afterwards. You know, you're not going to be reading directly from this thing. Like, it doesn't support. You don't. Yeah, it's just it doesn't work. Precisely, newbie agrees. I didn't really have a good reason to use it, and I'm not sure why I picked it, to be honest. Hello, welcome, Counttoran. Oh, that's my guess of how your name is pronounced. I keep my eyes on the Rust game engines. I'm not sure how mature they are though. The one I was working on was proprietary. It's not open source yet. I think it might be open source in the future, but I haven't been involved in that project in a long time, so I don't know what the status is. I've not heard of anything. Oh, excuse me. I've not heard anything from them in a while, actually. I think maybe they might be focusing on their games that are made using Unreal at the moment, because they released a game that was Unreal based that was very popular. I can't remember what it was called. It was some shooter. They only really started it when I left. Anyway, code. So, what can we do? We can find an annotation. I'm really curious as to where this gets used. So we don't use the first argument here. Don't use the first argument here. We do use the argument here in hover for annotation, and in that annotation gets used. We only use it for the location. I don't remember what this field is. Oh, it's like when you hover over something, it's like which bit gets highlighted in editors that do that. So I don't think we ever need, it doesn't look like we actually use the first one. Yes, okay. Do we put the whole type AST in there? Is there a reason to do that, or should we just have the location? I'm not sure there's any reason. From this data structure. Oops. Oops. Okay. Excuse me. So what are we doing here? So definition location now takes in a optional type constructor. Okay. Ooh, where does this get used? No, don't do that. It's not helpful. Alright, I'm getting tired actually. I'm finding it harder to review this than I was earlier. I know, newbie, quite. Maybe I'll finish this one up and then we'll be done. Where does this get used? Am I going bonkers here? Where does this get used? Not here. Not here. Not here. Not here. Is this sort of a variable that gets assigned and then not used? What? I don't understand this. What's the point of this then? Okay. Whoops. Hello, darling. So is it that hello, honey. How you doing? Complaining. Yes. Okay, so the thing I found, yeah, I'm not entirely sure how this should be structured, right? I'm not entirely into the idea that, I was thinking it was my cat. No, it's my cat's decided it's time for me to finish, which he may be right in a little bit. I don't like a few things about it. I don't know exactly how this should. This isn't bad code. This is fine. But I would like this to be structured differently. But I'm not sure exactly how it should be structured. But I can tell you what I don't like about it. I don't like the fact that this argument has to be computed, but it only gets used in this case. And I don't like that. Let's close. How do I close this? It only gets used in this case, and I don't like that when you're in this case, none of the data gets used. And we have the type twice. So like, why? Annotation type. Let's go back down here. Yeah, look, we pull off the. This doesn't need to happen for the majority of the cases. Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, diddums. How could we structure this better, right? Maybe we'd want to. Quite, yes. So maybe definition location could return some value that means go to the types location, or I don't know. It's weird because we've got like a type here. Where does type constructor come from? Type constructor comes from type constructor from modules. What does that do? Oh, I see. Oh, okay. So we could push. Was that an ice cream truck? That was an ice cream truck. Mr. Softy is outside, everyone. So I think this had. I recall reading this and having a design I preferred in the past. I wonder if I can find it. Do. Ice cream van's charging £3 for a whippy around here. It's got to be 99 pence, right? I want a 99 flake. Cost 99 pence. Shouldn't be allowed to change that. Yeah. Okay, so I think so. The thing that is needed to get the type constructor is, where is it? I've lost it again. Gosh, I need to start jumping around. So what we need is the importable modules. So I think you should pass the importable modules into definition location, and then you only do this work in the instance when you've got it. And that's good because it means you no longer do this work, obviously, but you no longer like introspect the node twice. Be like, oh, what's your type? Oh, what's your location? Yeah. Good. Can I explain it? I think my sugar levels are getting low because I'm struggling a bit here. So I'm going to hopefully do a good job here. Could we instead pass in the importable modules? That would make this API simpler, and it would remove some of the extra work done in the cases when we don't use the type constructor information to find the location. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. Oh, honey. Poor baby. Okay, honey. Okay, how about this? I finish this pull request, code review, thing, and then I'll entertain you in some fashion. How does that sound? You don't speak English. You're just going to stare at me and complain. Come here. Nope. Running away. Yes, I think that's what I want to do. Definition, location, once in addition, type. Good. So, oh, diddums. Poor boy. What have we got here? Oh, this is a bunch of things. This pull request does more things than it last time. It's like it's now also doing completions. Oh wait, no, is it? Yes, it's okay. So it completes types. Typo word. What was the typo? Extra word done. Thank you, folks. Thank you very much. Move some of the extra work done. Okay, so let's just quickly check the tests. All the tests, hover for annotation. Good, that's a test helper. This is the type constructor from modules. What does this do? Takes the modules, returns the type constructor. I think we can get rid of that if we change the API to be the other one. Is this the same module? Okay, so go to definition for type. Where are we? Where's the cursor? 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Huh? I guess it's here. Oh, maybe. Oh, it probably starts 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. And then 22, I'm guessing is that. So it should go to like 1. 12. Okay, yeah. Oh. Wow. We've like very forcefully pushed the door open. Poor boy. He's obviously very tired of me. Understandably. Oh. Honey. Look at this. Wibble, wabble, 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 wibble. Nice. I like it. That sounds sensible to me. You have an urgent per request. Oh dear. Okay, cool. That's really nice. That's the definition. That's the hover. Site interpretation, maybe even multiple lines. Nice. Oops, I'm knocking my thing. Shouldn't do that. So strings don't get docs. That's all string as well. That's an int. Nice. I like it. Very good stuff. Okay. Ooh, documentation. Nice. I wonder if we want to put the word type before the name of the type. Would that be clear? No, that's not. That's fine. No, that doesn't make sense. Does it? No. I remember why I moved that importable models thing into the engine is because we needed to do that lookup for both hover and go to definition. Okay, let's find. What's this? Okay, but better test failures. Encoding, we now keep the origin in it. Yep, nice, nice, nice. And pull out the origin and documentation. Wait. Oh yes, documentation is there too. Cool. Bunch of doc tests. Some documentation is okay. That's not tested there. Module type links. Could we have a dedicated test for the documentation and also have some tests for the origin too, please? Thanks. Inner type. Cool. And okay. Not a huge fan of the cloning itself thing. I think this is called collapse type links elsewhere in the compiler, and it doesn't clone the type if it is not a, and I think it doesn't clone the type. Yes, honey. Meow. Poor boy. Life is hard. Dreadful, I know. Awful stuff. So what's this? The type restrictor has documentation on it now. Okay. What are these? These are the prelude, no documentation. Maybe we should have a documentation for these. That'd be nice at some point in the future. So where was the test for the completion? I can't see any tests for it. Is that all of them? Okay, that's all of them. Okay, so there's where does this live then? Bow. What? What's going on here? Where is it? I can't see it. I wish you could like click around inside pull request view. It'd be much easier. If we're using the type completions already implemented, but how does it know how to do that then? Oh, sorry. It's just of course, because it's nothing specific for a type completion about the context it's in. All it needs to do is do that. Let's have some tests for this functionality. Or remove it. And so what was the one where... So it needs to be for both hover and go to destination. So this is hover. What's this? Hover. Okay. So when you're hovering, type instructor from modules. Hover for annotation. I can't see where you're using... I thought you said that you use the same definition location thing in here, but I can't see it. I think it would be cool if to not add multiple features in one pull request. I think it makes it much easier if there's just one at a time generally. And we've got hover tests as well. We do have hover tests, don't we? These are the definition tests. And this is the hover test. Yes, okay, good. Fantastic, fantastic. Very nice. Fab. Really like this. Will be a huge improvement to the language server. There's a few tests I would like to have here. Auto completions for the various places that annotations can happen. And what's the other thing? And yes, dreadful. And I'd like to go back to how definition location function method worked before. See the notes in line. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm tired. Yeah, I think I've just crashed. I'm hungry. I need a bunch of sugar. Well, not sugar, but you know, I need blood sugar. Says my tummy. Amazing. Yeah, this is going to be so nice when this is merged. Look at that. Oh, it's going to be so good. And then we should probably add docs for make a pull request afterwards to add docs for like string and stuff. I'm not sure what you would say. Maybe just like one line. This is text, I guess. Is that useful? Maybe not. What do you think, newbie? Pointless? Yeah, he thinks it's pointless. Whoa, good. Okay. Oh, that means I get to raid someone. Ooh, how many people here? Ooh, a bunch of people. Ooh, we can really excite someone. So, are any of the people I follow online? No, everybody's offline. I guess it's because it's Saturday. Everyone's like off having fun. How boring. Why would you be off doing cool things when you could instead stream? Oh dear. Okay, so I don't really want to stream. I don't really want to do it for any game devs so much. What do you think, newbie? Have you got a suggestion? Anyone in the chat have a favorite streamer that we can raid? Nerds, games, something in Russian. I see the word HTTP, that sounds good, but I can't read the rest of it. German? Like, maybe? I'm guessing? I'm tremendously bad at languages. What is this? Is this programming? Looks very fancy. Build a cloud. Oh, they're not here though. Saturday and sunny. Oh yeah, it's a killer combination right there. Hey newbie, come here. Let me show everyone you. He's moving too fast for me. He gets away every time. There's some Golang here. We like Go. Game design is my passion. Dun, 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 dun. Saturday morning, is it? I guess it is morning, isn't it? What do we think, folks? No suggestions at all? Maybe I should stream making and assembling in Gleam another time. Oh, if you do it right now, I'll raid you. if anyone wants to take over. What about this person? I think they look really cool. Oh, dear me. Come on, newbie. You have no idea how close you are to getting your way. Do 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 do. Come here. Yeah, come here. No, oh, so close. Too busy with duties, wife duties, shopping. Okay, yeah, that's a pretty good excuse. There's one for cat cam. Where? Where? Math room C. Oh, look at that.
Into a string.
Is it live?
But I'm not sure how anymore.
Oh, it's got music on it. It moved. Okay, I'm sold. I'm 100% doing this. Let's go, newbie. You've no idea. It's gonna happen right now. 4 viewers. We're gonna completely ruin the day. Oh, here we go, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out. It's been really nice and a bit of an experiment with a longer stream for me, which has been good fun. We ready? Let's go. Thank you, YouTube, as well, folks. Thank you for coming. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.